leader. Three guys named John are expected to be potentially in the mix: Barrasso, Cornyn, and Thune. There's a report that former President Trump is suggesting Steve Daines from Montana potentially run. One would imagine that Rick Scott from Florida would want to run after he challenged McConnell the last time. Do you have thoughts on some of these guys and some perhaps women in the Republican conference who may seek leadership? And do you have a favorite?
Well, look, every one of those ones you mentioned are good friends of mine. Mm-hmm. And I think it's great that we got so many excellent Republican senators who are either throwing their hat in the ring or are considering throwing their hat in the ring. It's healthy. And now is the time to have a good debate on their priorities. Certainly, I'm going to let them know what my priorities are. But I will tell you this. You mentioned Steve Daines. Steve Daines has a really important job right now that I think is the most important thing we need to focus on. And that's to actually win the Senate back, because I want the next Republican leader to be the majority leader in the Senate.
Sure.
And that is really the area that I think we should all be focused on, because we got a good opportunity to do it. And that should be the priority right now. We're going to have plenty of time to have a good discussion with all these excellent senators you just mentioned. But I think what unifies us, certainly every single one of us, is working hard to show Chuck Schumer the door and get a Republican majority leader back in the Senate.
You sit on the Armed Services Committee. As I travel around, I've had some people talk to me and say, why does Ukraine matter to the United States? And my thought is the commander-in-chief should probably make a speech to the nation reiterating why Ukraine is important to the United States. But for those type of questions and funding going forward for the Ukraine war, make the case for why we should be strong supporters of Ukraine as it fights Vladimir Putin and Russia.
Well, let me just first make the case on the supplemental that we just voted on. Now, it's not a perfect bill, and but I supported it, and it's a national security supplemental. And I really think that the issue here is you have to look at where we are in the world right now. The reasons I voted for this were generally three main reasons. One is that we are in a very dangerous world right now, what I refer to as the new era of authoritarian aggression, led by the dictators, Xi Jinping, Putin, all the terrorist leaders in Iran, and Kim Jong-un. They're working together very closely. If you read the intel and on Armed Services Committee hearings, you can see that. Number two is the Biden administration hasn't taken national security issues seriously, in my view, at all. 3 years in a row, they cut defense spending. They focus on issues that have nothing to do with lethality and readiness. This year's Biden budget shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. That is not the message you want to send to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. And thirdly, Mike, our ability to develop and build weapons to protect ourselves. I'm not talking Ukraine or Israel. I'm talking to protect America has dramatically atrophied. That is a fact. Almost 40% of our attack subfleet is in maintenance right now. That's the weapon the Chinese fear the most. So what this bill actually does is almost 60% of this bill goes directly into our ability, the defense industrial base of America, to produce weapons. Everything from submarines to 155 millimeter ammo. And that's why I'm supporting it. It shouldn't be called the Ukraine aid bill. It should be called the Enhancing America's Industrial Base to Defend Ourselves bill. And I think that's the key. Now, will some of that be used to get critical weapon systems to allies who are facing existential threats like Taiwan, like Israel, like Ukraine? Yes. But primarily, this is a bill about our capacity, build weapons and produce ammo to defend ourselves. And I think that should be a unifying message for Republicans, and I hope it is. And then finally, look, it's a really dangerous world. There's no doubt that the weakness shown by the Biden administration in its botched Afghanistan withdrawal led to emboldening Putin to undertake his brutal invasion of Ukraine. But I think it's strongly in our national security interest, to not let Putin roll over on Ukraine, because then he's going to be facing NATO allies of ours, the
Right.
Baltics, Poland, Moldova. And as history shows, dictators on the march, their appetite grows after each meal. And then finally, it's this issue of the broader national security context. If Putin rolls over on Ukraine, watch what's going to happen in the Indo-Pacific region. Watch what's going to happen with regard to Taiwan. And this is where, some of my colleagues in the Congress are saying, well, we can let Putin have his way with Ukraine, but we're going to be really strong with regard to China and the Taiwan Strait. My response to that is, deterrence is not divisible. American credibility is not divisible. How do we know this? Because in the aftermath of the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan, many of us, myself included, predicted that the authoritarians of the world would move on other countries because they saw so much weakness from the Biden administration. And guess what? That is exactly what happened. So these are all the reasons, the long answer, but it's an important issue. And I do think that even some of the Republicans who didn't vote for the National Security Supplemental in the U.S. Senate, they weren't driven by saying, hey, I don't want to help Ukraine. They were driven more by saying, look, Biden has so fundamentally screwed up the border, so fundamentally screwed up the execution of this Ukraine war because every major weapon system he delays. And that was what's driving a lot of that. And I respect those positions. But when it comes to building our own weapon systems to protect us, which is dramatically atrophied in large part because of Biden, we need to take that seriously. And that's why I support it. It's not a perfect bill. The House can make it better. I had an amendment that would have removed all what they call direct budget support. So that's the money that goes to Ukraine just in terms of helping their government keep running. My view is America should be providing Ukraine lethal weapons, energy, which now Biden is not, to our allies, which he looks like he's starting to delay, intel in operations, but not direct budget support. The House bill could make this national security supplemental better, and I hope they move on this soon.
Senator Dan Sullivan of the great state of Alaska, grateful for your time, sir. Safe travels. Have a great week.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Ah, winter, with its cold, dry air causing that not-so-nice winter nose feeling. Thankfully, you don't have to wait for warmer weather to clear sinus congestion and send winter nose packing. All you need is Navage Nasal Care. Navage helps soothe the inflamed nasal passages that are often part of colds and infections. It flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your sinuses to give you the soothing moisture you need. Navage also sucks out the other irritants trapped in your nose, viruses, dust, bacteria, and germs too. Winter might feel like it drags on forever, but Navage works quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. No decongestants required. Navage is a drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today and make winter a little more bearable. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters on sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's, all rights reserved.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Business owners own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 7th annual Radiothon to benefit the Travis Manion Foundation. Join us all day Friday, March 22nd. All money raised will go directly towards empowering veterans and families of the fallen to help find healing and unite communities through service. Listen for special guests and exclusive offers, all to help the Travis Manion Foundation. Friday, March 22nd, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Window Nation, for all your window and door needs, windownation.com, and the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey's premier full-service resort, conference center, and beach destination wedding venue, grandhotelcapemay.com.
March is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. College basketball, St. Patrick's, and Easter, all happening this month. Right now, try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake, a delicious, creamy 5-ounce Jumbo Lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Thinking about popping the question? Springtime is the perfect time to show that special person in your life how much you care. When you show them that beautiful cozy diamond, they won't have any doubts thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. All that adds up to an unforgettable moment. And an engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers is the only way to improve on a perfect spring day. So head to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for all your jewelry needs. Or shop online at CozyJewelers.com.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do, and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The Fox Business Report.
The markets opened this morning for the new trading week, looking to set yet more records. Friday, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 each closed in record territory. The NASDAQ closing at just under 16,275. The S&P at a little bit more than 5,137. And the Dow, which was also up, just 45 points shy of a record at 39,087 and change. Today's the deadline for consumers who were declined a credit card after receiving a pre-approved offer from Credit Karma to claim their part of a $3 million settlement. And one of the big stories this coming week, Fed Chair Jerome Powell will testify before the House Financial Services and Senate Banking Committees Wednesday and Thursday, where he may shed more light on when the Fed may cut its key interest rate. And Friday, we get the February monthly jobs report. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown. We appear to be on a collision course.
for a rematch in November.
Trump is now promising a full-scale campaign of revenge and retribution, his words.
So President Biden says it's too dangerous to elect former President Trump again.
This is a Biden invasion over the past 3 years. I call him Crooked Joe because he's crooked. He's a terrible president.
Trump was our 45th president and is trying to become number 47. Only one other president has ever returned to the White House. On this day in 1893, Grover Cleveland took office for a second time. Now, back then, March 4th was always Inauguration Day. And Cleveland, who was our 22nd president, became our 24th.
Well, he's not remembered for much, which is unusual because he actually was a pretty effective president on a limited number of goals.
Karl Rove is a Fox News contributor, former senior advisor to President George W. Bush, former deputy White House chief of staff. He wrote a book about William McKinley's election in 1896, which was after Grover Cleveland's second term.
He was chosen by the Democrats in 1884, not because he was the favorite of the party insiders, but because he was a reform-minded governor of the state of New York. He'd been the mayor of Buffalo. He had taken on public corruption in the form of graft and the machine, and he had beaten the political machine in Buffalo and had saved the taxpayers lots of money and used that to vault into the governorship of New York, which was a battleground state. In the Gilded Age, New York, Ohio, and Indiana were the key big battleground states, and the biggest of them all was New York. So the Democrats chose him because he was the Democratic governor of the state with the hope that he would somehow break the 20-some-odd years since the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860 and put the Democrats back in the White House, and he did.
Now, in 1884, Cleveland beat Republican James Blaine. And now, there was a lot of talk about Blaine being corrupt. The New York World at the time wrote, there are 4 reasons to support Grover Cleveland. He's an honest man. He's an honest man. He's an honest man. He is an honest man. He was also big on gold standard, and he wanted to bring tariffs down.
The Democratic Party was the party of free trade. They said the working man is the person who pays the protective tariffs through higher prices for everything from his coffee to his sugar. But yes, he was scrupulously honest. And Blaine was suspect for dealing in railroad stock. In fact, he was taunted by the Democrats as James G. Blaine, the monumental liar from the state of Maine, because he had been held to be lying about a series of incriminating letters that showed that he was not only getting stock from the railroad companies for himself, but was using it to grease the skids with other members of the Senate and the House.
Now we fast forward. In 1888, President Cleveland was challenged by a different Republican, Benjamin Harrison, whose grandfather was our 9th president, William Henry Harrison. Benjamin was from Ohio and famously made front porch speeches outside his home. Back in those days, it was not common for a presidential candidate to go out and campaign across the country for himself like now. That was considered unseemly. So President Cleveland didn't do any of that. And in the end, Harrison defeated him, getting more electoral votes, even though Cleveland won the popular vote. 4 years later, Democrats nominated Cleveland again, and he easily defeated Harrison in their 1892 rematch.
So the Republicans were the big spenders in large measure because they had to pay out lots of pensions for Union war veterans. Cleveland defeated Harrison largely on the basis of the Republican Congress had passed $1 billion budget. The first time the U.S. government had $1 billion budget. It was explained by the Speaker of the House, Thomas Brackett Reed of Maine. He said, we passed $1 billion budget because we're a $1 billion country. But by 1890, in the congressional elections, the Republicans were nearly wiped out. And by 1892, the country was ready to return Cleveland. But like a lot of people who've held the White House, his second term was deeply unpleasant. He became enormously unpopular. He defended the gold standard as the country fell into an economic collapse in 1892. Many Democrats called for a bimetallic policy, that is to say, to monetize silver so that silver could be turned into coinage along with gold. And Cleveland was a gold man. He believed that a silver dollar was an inflationary currency that would reduce the purchasing power of working people. And so he vetoed every measure that the Democratic legislature, the Congress, sent him on this. So by the time the 1896 election came around, even though we didn't have a provision in place that you couldn't have a third term, the Democratic Party splits apart. a silver movement grows up, driven primarily by several Southern senators, and they literally take control of the Democratic Party, and state after state Democratic convention passes resolutions condemning Grover Cleveland, the Democratic president.
You know, it's interesting because as he does that and bucks his own Democrat-controlled Congress, he was like his successor in a way. I mean, McKinley came in. He was elected in 1896, beat a free silver candidate, William Jennings Bryan. McKinley also was a gold standard guy. Now, they differed on the tariff, but Cleveland was like him in that way.
Actually, McKinley didn't want to have the election to be about the gold standard because he had been sort of flirting earlier in his career with some half measures on silver. And so he was forced into this because the issue became the other side was for silver. He was mildly for gold. And it was only when two people, the Democratic mayor of Scranton, Pennsylvania, who had been the former president of the largest labor union in America, and a brash young New Yorker who had come in third in the race for the New York mayoral post, both of these two men began to talk about the gold issue in a way that appealed to working people. One of them, the New Yorker, a young man named Theodore Roosevelt, would show up at rallies with 2 loaves of bread, a complete loaf. He said, this is what a gold dollar will allow the working man to buy his family, and then a half a loaf. This is what a silver dollar will be able to buy, the working man will be able to buy, only half a loaf of bread to feed his family. And so they began to talk about the impact on wages that a silver currency would have, and that's what changed the tone of the election and its direction.
And obviously, Roosevelt 4 years later became McKinley's running mate and became president when McKinley was assassinated. I want to go back to Grover Cleveland. Now, Cleveland is known for a few other things. Obviously, his 2 terms as president that were not consecutive. He's the only president to ever be married in the White House.
He'd been a lifelong bachelor, or a longtime bachelor, who sort of admitted to an affair that had created a child. But he marries a much younger woman, and it is the social event of the quarter century. I mean, the entire nation is focused on, at this point, still somewhat popular president marrying the vivacious young woman, and it is the talk of the country.
Frances Folsom, she's the youngest first lady we've ever had. She was only 21. He was 49 when they got married.
Yeah, she was the daughter of one of his closest friends, and he had known her since she was born and was very close to her parents. And of course, this was sort of scandalous, but on the other hand, people had a certain admiration for the somewhat, he was a little bit overweight, big man, and she was tiny and pretty and vivacious, and she captivated the country.
Another thing that people may not know, one of his children, Ruth Cleveland, she was born in 1891 in between his 2 terms as president. She died in 1904 when she was 12 years old. A candy bar comes out about 100 years ago that we know now as the Baby Ruth bar.
Right.
The candy company claims they named the candy for Ruth Cleveland, who had died like 15, 20 years earlier. You believe that, or maybe it's more about the baseball player?
I think it's more about the baseball player, but pick your story: the Bambino or the attractive young woman. Take your choice.
Now, we of course are in 2024 watching a possible presidential return to office like Cleveland. Donald Trump wants to be president 47. He was our 45th president. Any similarities at all between these 2 men?
Well, no. One is a brash entrepreneur, and the other one was Grover Cleveland believed in character, and he was a straight shooter. He was a reformer. He took on the machine and corruption. He told you where he stood and stood there. He was not a particularly effective speaker, but his performance in office as mayor and as governor and then as president caused people to understand and respect his uprightness and his firmness and his convictions. This is only the second time that a former president is running to try and beat the guy who beat him. But we've had 2 other former presidents try and run for a second term, albeit not 4 years later. Martin Van Buren is defeated for re-election in 1840. And in 1848, he runs again, though he's not at this point the candidate of the party that he founded. He's considered the founder of the modern Democratic Party machine. But in 1848, he runs for president as a third-party candidate on the Free Soil ticket and loses. And Millard Fillmore, in 1856, who had been the vice president for Zachary Taylor, who died in office, and Fillmore had succeeded to the post, he runs 8 years later in 1856 as the candidate of the American Party, the Know-Nothings, the anti-immigrant party.
Didn't Teddy Roosevelt run again, 1912?
Yeah, and he did run again. You're right. I'm sorry I left him out, but you're absolutely right. And of course, gets 88 electoral votes, while the incumbent Republican president, Howard Taft, gets 8. William Howard Taft gets 8 electoral votes, and 435 go to Woodrow Wilson, who becomes the first Democrat president after Grover Cleveland and is the last one until FDR in 1932.
Back to 2024 Super Tuesday is tomorrow, March 5th. Is this the day former President Trump can essentially lock it up, do you think?
Well, his campaign says that he will have a majority of the delegates by the end of March, and I think that's right. He's got some work to do to unite the party, and the question is how good a job is he going to be at that? It's one thing to say, I'm turning my attention to the general election. It's another thing to say, I'm turning my attention to the general election, and I'm healing and uniting the Republican Party.
But if Nikki Haley goes 0 for 16 on Super Tuesday, then what?
Well, she's probably likely to do that. But on the other hand, think about this. People are voting for her not because they think she's going to win, but because they want her to win. This is not Game of Thrones. This is a democracy, and he's got to take steps to unite the party as previous contenders have done and faced with tough contests. And having been through this process in 2000 with George W. Bush having beaten John McCain, I can tell you it's not easy, but it's absolutely critical to winning the general election.
Karl Rove, Fox News contributor, former senior advisor to President George W. Bush, and a former deputy chief of staff in the White House. Great to talk to you. Thanks for bringing us back 131 years. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for the trip back in the time capsule.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouth-watering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police say they have charged a driver with attempted homicide after he fired at another car on the Blue Route Friday. Two prominent LGBTQ leaders in Philadelphia are at the center of an investigation after a contentious traffic stop. The Philadelphia Flower Show is underway at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, running now through March 10th.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Nikki Haley wins Sunday's presidential primary in Washington, D.C., picking up all 19 delegates. Haley arguing why she's a better candidate than former President Donald Trump.
Rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. And we can't be a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. We won't survive it.
Many polls project former President Trump to win the nomination. Next primaries this week on Super Tuesday. NASA and SpaceX successfully launching 4 astronauts into space from Cape Canaveral, Florida to the International Space Station Sunday night.
3, 2, 1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff of NASA Crew 8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
That launch had been delayed for 3 days due to heavy winds. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Iowa women's basketball star Caitlin Clark broke Pete Maravich's NCAA career points record of 3,667 on Sunday. She finished with 35 points and a 93-83 win over number 2 Ohio State. In the NBA, the Celtics can score in bunches. They blitzed the Warriors 140-88 Sunday for their 11th straight win. They're the first team in NBA history to win 3 games in a season by 50 points. And Kyle Larson won the NASCAR Cup Series race in Las Vegas, leading 181 laps and edging Tyler Reddick down the stretch. It's the 2021 Cup champion's first win of the season, 24th of his career. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
We haven't heard from Caleb Williams or Carl Williams in a couple of months, really. And now this week, where he's headed to chat with, I believe, 8 teams is the report. He'll chat with and meet with the Bears, the Commanders, Patriots, Raiders, Falcons, Jets, Giants, and Vikings. That coming from Ian Rappaport. Everyone's going to do their due diligence with him. You're going through him and you're going through his father, Carl, if you want to draft Caleb Williams. The talent is there. Do I put him in the highest regard with some of the recent quarterbacks who have been drafted? Recent going back to the Herbert and Burrow draft? No, I don't. I don't put him there. I also have the off the field mindset, mentality. I don't mind the business approach. It's just the way things have been going about that just is confusing to me.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. They have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters.
Offices in Philadelphia, Radnor, and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Online at CordellCordell.com.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-7103. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. That's 800-505-7103.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Check your calendars and make plans to be a part of the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park this season.
It's a party at Citizens Bank Park!
Phillies single game tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com to secure your seats to Phil's home games today. Baseball is better with friends. Bring your team to see our team. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to snag your seats today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text FLASH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text SLASH to 321-321. That's slash to 321-321.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, March 4th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. As we have a monstrous week coming up. State of the Union on Thursday. Super Tuesday tomorrow. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Did you enjoy that gorgeous day yesterday? Was that not spring personified?
It felt good. What a tease.
What a tease. Gregory.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I was so happy yesterday. I spent most of the day outside. And then I'm just like, well, then this is just a tease.
It is.
Because, I mean, today's going to be 64. But it's going to be, like, cloudy. And,
yeah. And then comes the rain.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I laid in my hammock yesterday, dreaming of beautiful tee shots on the golf course.
Yep. I thought you would play yesterday, no?
No, because Saturday it was like a monstrous flood.
Yeah.
It rained nonstop.
I know. Every place we went to yesterday was flooded out.
Awful.
Water everywhere.
Exactly.
Horrendous.
We got a lot of good things to get to this morning. A big take on freedom of the press, as now the FBI, forget Catherine Herridge for a moment, they've decided to go after another journalist. We'll get to that this morning. Also, what transpired over the weekend with state police here in Philadelphia, and also the city's executive director of the Office of LGBT Affairs. Oh, this is going to go over well, isn't it? We'll get to that this morning. More bad press for Joe Biden. Ron DeSantis destroys DEI. And get ready, folks. Booster number 9 is now available. It's like the iPhone. They just keep cranking out new versions. Booster number 9. And the CDC has said, you know what? That whole 5-day isolation thing, get it out of here.
By the way, Nikki Haley won a primary. Washington, D.C., but still.
To be honest, Greg, I totally forgot. I was watching women's college basketball yesterday. It just didn't really resonate with me. Gut sheet, 7:45, and much more. But we got a lot of news. Let's get right to it. Dawn Stensland, right out of the gates here, round number 1 at 6:03 with the news.
And good morning on this Monday morning. Full forecast just ahead to tell you how warm it's going to get. We're sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this Monday, March 4th. Philadelphia police say a man was shot to death following an argument on a SEPTA bus. Happened last night in the city's Oxford Circle neighborhood. Police say that suspect shot the victim immediately after both of them got off the bus at Castor. It's the intersection at Castor Ave and Van Kirk Street. And they continued that investigation overnight into this morning. Philadelphia police say the victim got off. Suspect came right out behind that victim. There was some kind of an exchange of words as they were getting off the bus. The suspect then pulls out a handgun, shoots the victim twice. Multiple 911 calls that came in about the shooting. And there's a Burger King right at that intersection, so people were getting, I guess, a late night burger, saw this whole deadly situation unfold. So police and medics, first responders arriving on the scene, found that 27-year-old victim dead, laying on the street. By all accounts, just innocent victim. We don't know what this was. This an attempted robbery? Was this some kind of a scuttle on there? So the suspect ran off, and they're still investigating this one, gathering all that evidence. But by all accounts, another tragic situation that we're talking about aboard SEPTA. Well, as people were getting off SEPTA.
You know, Dawn, I don't know about you, but I personally like shootings with my Whoppers. I usually pass on the French fries and the onion rings and prefer shooting, but it's just me.
You can supersize that, too.
That's true. Yeah. Yes.
So the story everybody's talking about, not just here in Philadelphia, but it's making national headlines because this is an official in the LGBTQ affairs, the new LGBTQ affairs office in Philadelphia, Mayor Sherelle Parker's office, as well as this individual's spouse. Well, they've been released from custody after being arrested during a traffic stop on the Schuylkill Expressway. It all started at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. Was Pennsylvania State Police identifying the individual, the executive director of Philadelphia's Office of LGBTQ plus Affairs, Selena Morrison, and her husband, Darius McLean. They were released over the weekend. We have that. And as well, we know that the Pennsylvania State Police initially filed misdemeanor as well as some summary charges against the two, but those were then declined by Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner. So
shocking.
the DA's office, releasing the statement saying it has made no charging decision pending a thorough, even-handed investigation.
I did not know at the time, but I drove right past this on Saturday morning because me and my buddies went to Atlantic City for the day. And I had no idea what was going on, but then I saw it kind of start circulating throughout Twitter on late Saturday into Sunday. But I will say this, and we'll get to the video, and we can do a whole segment on this. This is an identity politics smorgasbord right here. I mean, think about this. You have a white state trooper. You have two suspects that are African American, one male, one female, and one of which works for the city under Sherelle Parker in the LGBTQ Office of Affairs. This is going to go, global, and I think you had mentioned that already. But I would just say this. This, to me, is the test right out of the gate. If Sherelle Parker is somebody that campaigned, in part, on law and order, here's your test now, Sherelle. Right out of the gates here in a couple of months in your first term, are you going to adhere to, and I know it's not all her, it's, District Attorney Larry Krasner and other offices as well, but are you going to adhere to and respect the law, or are we going to play politics as the first black female mayor in Philadelphia history? That's my question. And I think that hopefully we'll get our answer relatively soon. But I get the feeling that this is going to be something that doesn't die down anytime soon. Unless, obviously, the video and the evidence shows that this was, very minuscule.
Well, according to the statement from the police, the driver resisted. You had because you had the trooper pulling over one individual. The other individual gets out of his vehicle, is confrontational. So the Pennsylvania State Police have now released more information. We do have those new details. Both drivers were arrested for resisting arrest, obstruction of justice, disorderly conduct, and other related charges. So I'll point out that as well, Pennsylvania State Police, that's under the jurisdiction of Governor Josh Shapiro. Shapiro acknowledged that this is under investigation, but for now they've said they're making no further comment pending the investigation. As well, we know that the Pennsylvania State Police, he did have, I believe it was dash cam. I'm not sure that he had body cam or that they all have the body camera videos, but he did indeed have the dash cam.
Who was taking the video? Was it the woman in the car?
The official? Selena.
Yes.
The executive was taking it.
She's the one who took the video? Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to make sense of this because the way I read it is the state trooper pulled her over. So I'm visualizing this police car behind Ms. Morrison's vehicle, yet her husband then comes and he pulls up behind the state trooper. So I'm wondering, were they both on the road together simultaneously going from point A to point B? Or did the husband arrive after maybe his wife called him? That's what I want to know, because I'm trying to visualize the stacking of the vehicles along the side of the road.
Yeah, according to the Pennsylvania State Police, the individual, the husband, was the one who then pulls over, because Selena has pulled over, the executive director, of the LGBTQ plus community center. Then just as he's pulling over her, that's when the husband gets behind and gets out of the vehicle on the side of the road. That's not a huge, if you know where that is, and if you look at and this video has gone viral.
Yeah.
So the husband is the individual in an all sort of lavender purple outfit.
And that
from head to toe.
That little side right there between the right lane and the shoulder can't be more than 4 yards wide. If you're looking at the still shots of it, I mean, that's less than 5 yards from barrier to the white line of paint on the road.
Yeah, so it's really pretty narrow, that area. And so the trooper is, the protocol, and I think that's some of what the Pennsylvania State Police have said. The protocol is you stay in your vehicle.
Yes.
You always stay in your vehicle, not just because now you have somebody getting out and shouting at the officer. And part of the reason they're all shouting is it's loud.
Right.
This is really loud.
A lot of traffic.
You have a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
So he has an individual who he doesn't know who this is, but Selena, you do hear her on there, and we'll play it coming up. But basically, do you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who I am?
By the way,
I work for the mayor's
not matter.
office.
Don't matter. Yeah. Don't matter if you work for the mayor. Don't matter if you have a talk radio show. Don't matter if you're Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Sometimes it does, because we know people get preferential treatment in the system, but it should not matter.
By the way, when stuff instigates like that, or when stuff escalates like this, there's always something that instigates it. And cops don't just come out swinging for, parking violations or traffic violations or whatever it is. They just don't.
License, registration, sir.
They just don't.
Yeah.
So something had to have led to this sort of altercation.
Yeah, I've got my theory as to what led to it coming up.
Yeah. And we'll get to it. Pennsylvania State Police releasing the official statement saying there were multiple violations on the vehicle, expired registration, which I personally have been pulled over for all of these things like a gazillion times. I know that's a shock. And, you give all your information. Sometimes they will ticket you. Sometimes they won't, depending on everything. This might not have even resulted in a ticket, quite frankly.
Yep. Yeah. I know. When the cops when they see that minivan moving, they go, hey, we got
There's
a code. We got a code 9. Stenzel's going from A to B way too quick again. Get her.
For the record, I've gotten the ticket multiple. It's like a $500 ticket, and then you have to pay it within a certain time.
Yeah.
And just prove that you have your registration.
Mm-hmm.
So we've all been there with that particular ticket. This is March 4th today, and this is the day that Sherelle Parker had ordered all of the biggity bigs in the city of Philadelphia back to work full time Monday through Friday.
Get going.
It's unbelievable.
So these are, I guess they're doing this in waves.
Of course. We can't all go back out one time. You don't want to shock the system.
So I don't know if Selena Morrison is one of those 70 top municipal employees.
Yes.
But the top 70, these are the individuals in the Parker administration. They're called to work. This is your all call. Everybody back in the pool for full-time, in-person, Monday through Friday work. So
I'm really bummed out that they did not approach me for a one-time fee of letting everybody know it's time to go back to work. I would love to be the guy that delivers that message on a Zoom to every city official that's still working remotely.
March 2024, and we are implementing this now.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable.
Imagine me rolling into a Zoom. I'm going to keep this short, and I'm going to keep it to the point. Get your ass back to work. End the discussion.
And so the bottom line here is that Parker still wants to see all full-time city employees, 25,000 of them. So this is essentially the 70 top biggity big officials. They're going first, but this is going in waves until all 25,000 as a symbol to the rest of the city. Everybody needs to come on back into the city and work full-time.
But make sure you get your 9th booster before you come back.
We have an update on that tragic story we told you about last week. The accused killer of a pregnant Amish woman is now under arrest behind bars. State police taking 52-year-old Sean C. Cranston from Corey, PA, into custody over the weekend in connection to the killing of 23-year-old Rebecca Byler. So police saying that her husband was at work when Cranston broke into the Byler's home on Fish Flats Road there in Sparta Township. Happened a week ago, Monday. He then shot her in the head, slashed her throat. Her 2 young children who were home with her, they were not harmed. The morning of the murder, neighbors reported seeing a red Jeep in the driveway. Remember, these are Amish folks. They don't drive any vehicle, let alone a red Jeep. Over the weekend, police towed a red Jeep from the suspect's home. Now, some family members believe this may be a devastating case of mistaken identity, because a different Amish couple who previously lived in the victim's home a few years ago had adopted the suspect's grandson, who had apparently gone into the system and then gone up for adoption. So now a young couple moves into that same home. And more recently, as their family is growing, so the couple who had adopted the grandson, they move out, sell the house, what have you. And Mr. and Mrs. Byler, the young couple, they move in as they're expecting their 3rd child in early spring. Rebecca Byler leaves behind her husband, Andy, their 2 young children. Cranston charged with 2 counts of criminal homicide of not only Rebecca Byler, but her own unborn baby. Remember, the baby was to be born within less than 90 days from now. And that suspect also charged with burglary and criminal trespass, currently in jail without bond. Other news of the day, you already headlined Nikki Haley. Woohoo, she got a win in D.C., which is the most Democratic place ever in the world. And, she's declaring that victory, and Trump giving her a special nickname. And we also have Iowa's Caitlin Clark breaking that record. I'm going to put an asterisk by it, but she broke the record set by LSU's Pistol Pete Maravich back in 1970. Pistol Pete did set that record in 3 years, didn't have a 3-point rule, no shot clock, etc.
Or an extra year of eligibility because of COVID.
That's right.
That's very sexist of you, Dawn, not to give the female the credit here.
I give her full credit. She deserves all the credit.
But you gave her an asterisk.
But I think there should be a little asterisk because in truth, it's not apples to apples.
White girls never get any love on the hardwood, man.
Did Pistol Pete identify as a woman? Because if he did, that would.
Yeah, that's what the family should have to say.
Pete's pronouns were LSU.
Now, apparently, she has said she's not going to go for that next year because she's already going to play in the WNBA, making that announcement. But, so the big record is set. Everybody's woohoo. So, congratulations. I just wish they had a, little asterisk. Give Pistol Pete his due.
Oh, wow.
I'm just
this?
saying.
Strong take from Stenzel with the sports at 6:17.
And Sixers beat the Mavs.
They had 2 victories over the weekend, guys. They're on a roll.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Except Boston's beating people by 50 points a night. It's unbelievable.
All right.
I called the Friday night game. I just didn't. They didn't cover the 11.
Yeah, folks, if you guys want to make a little extra cash, just start following Stalker's Sixer picks. They've been pretty spot on for what? Is that 2 or 3 Fridays in a row you've hit it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the forecast, like you're saying, 64 degrees. Actually, by tonight, 66 degrees. Wow. So this is an incredible, heat wave, if you will. It's a spring wave. I won't call it a heat wave, but a spring wave. And moving forward, I'll tell you when it all will come to a crashing end, but we do have rain in the forecast. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. During the month of February and March, you receive a BMW wall box charger plus up to a $2,000 installation credit with the purchase of the all-new electric BMW i7, only a BMW of Westchester. You can shop online today, bmwofwestchester.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live Monday morning edition.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 6:18, we'll come back. We'll get to the big take on the other side, and then we'll delve deeper into what transpired with Selena Morrison, her husband, and the Pennsylvania state trooper that pulled her over. And we'll do that as we continue here in the 6 o'clock hour on this Monday morning as we kick off a busy week of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters on sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's, all rights reserved.
Looking to hit a home run on your next car purchase? Swing by Infinity of Westchester, where they're knocking it out of the park with deals hotter than a spring fastball. Score financing as low as 0% on select models. Or lease a 2024 Infinity QX60 for as low as $599 per month. Whether you're rounding the bases or navigating the city streets, Infinity of Westchester has got your back. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Hi everyone, Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief. relief. America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. What's really happening today with the U.S. economy? The good news is that currently the U.S. economy continues to achieve outstanding resilience and growth. Today, all Americans will have more opportunities to improve their quality of life as a result of the overall economic growth across the nation. What's the first thing you'll do if you have more time in the day? Nap, read, talk with a friend? Knowing what's important to you is easy to fit it into your schedule. Therapy can help you figure that out. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news to get 10% off of your first month. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 6:24. Welcome back in. Happy Monday to all of you. Hopefully you had a great weekend as we get another week started here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We're going to get deeper into what transpired on the Schuylkill Saturday morning in the 9 o'clock hour in just a couple of minutes. Also, more bad news and more bad press for Joe Biden. But it's a Monday, it's 6:25. Let's get to the first big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. The Big Take, fight for freedom of the press in the United States of America. Freedom of the press is legally protected by the First Amendment in the Constitution. In the 13 colonies before signing the Declaration of Independence, the newspapers and the works produced by printing presses in general was subject to a series of regulations. British authorities attempted to prohibit the publication and circulation of information of which they did not approve. The first case of freedom of the press was brought before the courts back in 1734. I'm sure Joe Biden will tell you that he was there. 57 years later, in 1791, the First Amendment was adopted as part of the Bill of Rights. Fast forward 234 years later, and it feels like we are absolutely regressing and moving backwards. You know, we've talked about free speech a ton with individuals and citizens of society, but today I want to focus on the freedom of the press angle as journalists who dare to report facts with no bias, slant, or agenda are seemingly vilified by the machine and targeted by our government. This happened in 1734 and now again in 2024. We've chronicled the story surrounding Catherine Herridge, the former Fox News reporter, who most recently went to CBS News. And as we've discussed, she was part of the layoffs with CBS and Paramount. She's also been in a major First Amendment case. The network, upon firing her, decided to take her laptop, files, and documents. And now Herridge is being held in contempt for refusing to reveal her sources about a Chinese-American scientist that was investigated by the FBI, but never charged. Catherine Herridge has always been viewed by her peers as a no-nonsense journalist who digs for facts and does her due diligence, and the establishment doesn't like that. How dare a mainstream media member attempt to shed light on things that is unsettling to some? Well, on Friday, it happened again, this time to Steve Baker, who is an investigative journalist for The Blaze, the company owned by Glenn Beck, who also employs guys such as Jason Whitlock. Here is Glenn Beck reacting to the video of Steve Baker of The Blaze being taken into custody by the FBI for his reporting on January 6th. Listen and watch this clip.
Here he is, the clip of him being handcuffed today. If you're watching Blaze TV.
Gotta be kidding me.
Look at that. Perp walk. This is the nicest, quietest, gentlest man I know.
It's incredible.
Unbelievable.
The FBI, in my opinion, hell-bent on going after citizens and now reporters who are right of center on their thoughts, words, and now even their reporting. Whether you walked around the Capitol on January 6th for 15 minutes, or if you reported on January 6th for 37 minutes, that shows conflicting views, facts, or video of what transpired that day, you are a target, even if it's 3+ years later. The feds making this guy take a perp walk is a warning to other journalists who dare do their job. We've established a precedent. Tread lightly. That's what they're telling you. And when we hear democracy is on the ballot, ask yourself this. Is it really? And if so, who is the one threatening it? Seems to me that it's Joe Biden and his DOJ, not Donald Trump. Biden is a threat to democracy, whereas Trump is a threat to the swamp's comfort zone. Jill Savage used to be a college football sideline reporter. She's also covered Major League Baseball and the NHL. She's now with the Blaze TV, and she had this reporting of what transpired with the FBI and Mr. Baker on Friday when she joined the Clay and Buck show. Listen and watch this.
But, Jill, you were just in the courtroom with Steve Baker, who was there covering January 6th. What happened? What can you tell us about this case?
Yeah, so I am actually standing just outside the courtroom now waiting for Steve and his lawyers to come out. But I can tell you that as of this morning, Steve at 7 a.m. had to self-surrender to the FBI. His court hearing was today at 10 a.m. He was one of 4 defendants in there, and they told him before this, during this week, they said, wear shorts and sandals. They wouldn't tell him the charges that they were going to bring against him, Clay, but they told him to wear shorts and sandals. We presumed that would be if they would have him change in to an orange jumpsuit, but he was indeed able to wear his dress shirt, dress pants, but he was shackled at his wrists and ankles today. They ended up bringing 4 misdemeanor charges. I don't know if you've gone over those already or not.
We haven't. Can you tell us, what is he being charged with?
Yeah, so it's knowingly entering or remaining in a restricted building or grounds without lawful authority. The second charge is disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds. The third charge is disorderly conduct in a Capitol building. And the fourth being parading and demonstrating or picketing in the Capitol building. And that one has been used against a lot of the January 6th defendants. The parading around the Capitol building was a very popular charge to bring against them. But yeah, so Steve Baker, he was in there. You know, he's the first one up on the docket, and he will be released at some point today. And then his next hearing is set for a D.C. court on March 14th at 12:30 Eastern. So, Steve, if you've been following this case, you know that Steve Baker was an independent journalist on January 6th. He said, I was just going where the story led me. I didn't know that I was going to be entering the Capitol building that day. I had no predisposition to be entering the Capitol building that day. Even in the documents that they provided us today from court, they said he was in the building for approximately 37 minutes.
This man was shackled at his wrists and at his ankles as a reporter and a journalist, as if this guy was some sort of violent murderer. This is truly third world banana republic nonsense. Not only does this DOJ go after its top political challenger, but also independent journalists who follow the story where it takes them. And remember Matt Taibbi? Remember when the IRS just showed up at his door the morning he was set to testify? Purely coincidental, I'm assuming. Steve Baker was in the Capitol for 37 minutes. If he had a pride flag draped around him, he would have won the Nobel Peace Prize. Jonathan Turley is a legal scholar who we quote on a regular basis on this program, and he wrote the following with Catherine Herridge and Steve Baker. He says this, quote, "The position of CBS and the FBI has alarmed many, including the union, as an attack on free press principles by one of the nation's most esteemed press organizations and what was once deemed a highly regarded federal agency. And if you think the social media censorship will slip as the powers that be go after journalists, guess again," says Turley. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, owned by Mark Zuckerberg, just hired Texas billionaire John Arnold to its board of directors. Arnold has long held a notorious position for many in the free speech community as the financier for efforts to establish massive censorship systems in the United States. Turley continues by saying, while Elon Musk has been attacked for his effort to reduce such censorship at X, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook have long pushed censorship efforts, even funding a commercial campaign to get people to embrace what they call content moderation. Now Zuckerberg has put Arnold on the board of directors for Meta in a blow to efforts to get the company to accept free speech values. It's March 2024, Super Tuesdays tomorrow, primaries rolling through April, conventions coming up this summer. But if you think speech, thoughts, reporting, social media, and journalism was going to thrive in an election year with zero resistance, you'd be wrong. Another topic, another target, another day, where in America, we go back into our little corners all because people report stuff that we don't like, and we don't like what they are saying, and we don't like what we are hearing. And it's the government this time and social media leading the charge yet again 4 years later. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or their website at TommyD's.com. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in at 1210 WPHT on social media. Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT to hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. Dawn, I worry about you as the journalist of this show. I'm not sure if you saw this story. I think it was breaking and developing when you were on Friday. But as the journalist of this program, I think you should be careful because if you report something they don't like, you might also be getting that knock at your door at 7 a.m. by the FBI.
Yeah, I will tell you this. Many times I've been on scenes where they've said, "You're trespassing, get out of the building." And I've even said to people where we're gathering something and I'm with a photographer and I know I'm on a limited time, but I'll say to people, if you have to call the police, I know you have to do what you do that as a tactic. You get what you get, but you better be off that premise by the time, usually by the time in a timely manner, or you will get arrested. I have colleagues who got arrested. So the question I have, first of all, it's really unusual and unheard of to be shackled.
And 3 years later, by the way.
But they have the right 3 years later. I don't really. Now, are they going to go after Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who I also believe was in there and she was filming? Mm-hmm. So are they going to shackle her and charge her for a misdemeanor?
No.
So then they also, however, charged him with parading. So was he a reporter reporting, or was he personally helping to celebrate things?
Right.
That's also another important question.
Was he being a professional or was he being a fanboy is the question. I haven't seen any of the footage, so we'll see how it plays out. But it goes along the lines again of, it seems like, to your point, I'm glad you brought up Nancy Pelosi's daughter. Was Nancy Pelosi's daughter, was she credentialed? Did she have a right to be there? Was she just documenting things? Was she an independent journalist? Because I know you say it facetiously and tongue-in-cheek, but like Nancy Pelosi's daughter's never getting shackled.
No. And she's a documentarian. If she was there, frankly, I wish more journalists were in there to just tell us what was going on and have different viewpoints. That would be fantastic. So journalists on the scene, around, outside, inside, I would think is an important piece of it. Mm-hmm. But together, when you look at Catherine Herridge, what happened to her, and now this independent journalist who, by the way, I mean, he has been released and made a statement outside the Texas federal courthouse there. But the point is, for Catherine Herridge, this is somebody who okay, maybe Capitol Police didn't know who Steve Baker is, but everybody knows who Catherine Harris is.
Yeah.
And she's quite a famous television news broadcast journalist, worked for Fox before.
A little higher up on the reporter food chain than Steve Baker, with all due respect to Mr. Steve Baker.
Yeah, so the fact that she was doing a major investigative report, ongoing investigation into President Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and everybody knows it, and she's fired, and then they seize all of her materials prior to her chance of gaining those materials, as if they were looking at what she had, then finally release it to her, but they wanted to know what she had. Now, does an employer own your stuff? Yep, they own your computer, they own your email, anything you signed on to. We already went over that last week. But it is certainly a chilling impact. And to your point about, the Blaze reporter, the fact that it's 3.5 years later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they were just trying to make an example of him and scare people whatless, and they'll go from there. We'll see. I don't know if he will serve any jail time, although Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, came out Friday saying they will be releasing more January 6th footage, I think today or at some point here in the next week or so. So we'll see what that looks like once upon its reveal as they release more of the footage. 855-839-1210. Speaking of footage, get on over to YouTube because we're going to round back to and take a deeper dive here for the next 7 or 8 minutes on what transpired Saturday on the Schuylkill Expressway in the 9 o'clock hour, and we will show you the video footage presumably filmed by the wife, Selena Morrison. So if you missed it in the news this morning, Selena Morrison and husband will not face charges at this time after their arrest by a Pennsylvania state trooper on Saturday. That according to the district attorney's office, Larry Krasner. So this video that we are about to show you in 1 second was posted to social media on Saturday, which shows a Pennsylvania state trooper detaining the city's executive director of the Office of LGBT Affairs, Selena Morrison, and a person who you will see in a lavender sweatsuit on the ground, whom Morrison refers to in the clip as her husband. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker called the clip very concerning in a post on X over the weekend. Phil, if we could, let's fire up this audio and video. Here is what transpired in the early Saturday morning hours on the Schuylkill Expressway.
That is my husband. That's my husband. That's my husband, please. It's okay, baby. That is my husband. Why are you doing this? It's okay. Go, baby. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get hit. Do not. I work for the mayor. Go. I work for the mayor. Go. Please just stop. No. It's because I'm black. Would you please? Yes, it is.
So the state trooper presumably grabs the phone from Ms. Morrison, and you no longer see anything. It looks like maybe the phone fell to the ground, and you're just seeing a picture of the gray, cloudy skies as it was raining and ugly that Saturday morning.
We ain't got nothing wrong. We ain't got nothing. He just touched me. He just touched me.
And this is a state trooper, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Pennsylvania state trooper.
Right. I think that's pretty much it from a visual. You hear some other yelling and stuff going on.
Now, for this Pennsylvania state trooper, and we don't know his name yet, but this Pennsylvania state trooper really hit the jackpot on this traffic stop because, you have met Pennsylvania State Trooper Selena Morrison, her, the executive director of LGBTQ affairs for the city of Philadelphia. In 2020, Selena became the first openly trans person to ever lead an office in the city. And she says that pride means many things to her. She said when she thinks of pride as a whole, she thinks of not being ashamed of who you are, living your truth, being comfortable in your own skin. And in 2019, Selena was honored as one of Philadelphia's Pride Grand Marshals.
The trans community is under attack, folks, yet again.
This poor SOB cop is going to get the book thrown at him.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
He's going to be toast.
This is bad. This is bad for him.
Completely.
It shouldn't be. Let me just say that it shouldn't be.
Completely unfair.
But it's going to be.
You heard him
he
saying.
had no way of knowing.
Of course not. No, of course no. He had no idea, and it really shouldn't matter who that person is, right? I mean, I don't care. Like, I remember stories years ago. My dad was friends with a few attorneys that before they got into private practice, they served as assistant district attorneys, and they always kept their ADA badges in their car. So when they got pulled over for speeding, they would show the cop, "Hey, I'm an assistant district attorney. Can you let me off the hook?" That never sat well with me. I don't care if you're the star quarterback of an NFL team, the district attorney, a radio host, or Joe Piscopo. It should not matter who you are, right? We know it does. But, like, this guy, so if you're thinking about this visually, so the state trooper decides to pull over Ms. Morrison for multiple vehicle code violations. And then she becomes verbally combative. Her husband pulls up behind the officer. He gets out of his vehicle, and we get verbally combative. We get resisting arrest. And this was a simple traffic stop because apparently, according to the trooper, this person did not have their lights on, and they were tailgating. So the officer, to pull somebody over, right, you have to have probable cause. So that's presuming that somebody broke the law. And this is where we're at now. 4 years. You know what this is? This is the George Floyd media hysteria, Democrat game plan playbook thing. This is, hey, if I am somebody of a historically marginalized community, upon interaction with a law enforcement officer, I immediately get hysterical and claim to be the victim. We've seen, remember the video we played for you a few months ago of the trans individual being pulled over by a cop who was going through all the rigmarole of, well, I have anxiety oh my God, why are you making me feel like that's the playbook now. Immediately feel like you're being violated when all you did was break the law. But you know what? It's simple, Dawn. I've told my daughters this. What do we do when we see a police officer? We be respectful. Yes, sir. No, sir. Thank you, officer. Have a good day. And here's the thing. If you get pulled over, this audience knows that. So I'm saying this to the masses that you might pick this up. If you get pulled over by a police officer, be calm. Don't escalate things. Give them your license, your insurance, your registration, and just be very minimal. Yes, no, and you go on your day. You think that officer is looking forward to jacking somebody up for no reason because you're black in 2024? If you're an officer and you have those sinister intentions, by the way, 99.99% of cops don't. But for the select few that abuse their power, if you were going to do this out of racism, you're the dumbest guy on the planet post George Floyd. And you didn't learn a damn thing.
I was going to say this for 10 o'clock, but
Go
I
ahead,
can't.
fire away.
I can't because we have to pull the video. I'll send you the video of Chris Rock, like 17 plus years ago, saying how not to get your A kicked by police.
Yes.
And he says, follow the law. I mean, that should be the training video. But the problem is nowadays it's about privilege. And so this individual, Selena, and I do feel bad for the husband who's dressed all in pink, purple, and saying, oh, and is all distressed and this and that and the other. But, you know, the situation is, first of all, nobody knows what escalated the situation. Selena starts recording after the fact when the pink-clad hubby, who the cops, this poor trooper.
And I'm fine.
I feel so bad. Like literally, of all the law enforcement anywhere, you literally hit the jackpot, not in a good way, of anybody in America to pull over, because it's almost as if this person was. Sometimes my husband would have the statement about my mom, the mother-in-law, waiting to be triggered. And my mom was one of those. This, to me, this individual was waiting for this moment to happen.
Yeah.
And I truly hope everybody sees through it. And honest to God, I hope these individuals could get together with this state trooper, have a conversation. I'm not even kidding you. Come together, have the conversation, and say, look, from my perspective, we've had horrible accidents. In fact, not too far from here, there were 2 Pennsylvania state troopers killed, 2 young men that leave behind widows and so on and so forth. There was just an accident. I-95 yesterday was shut down for many hours. Many of you were probably stuck in it. And there's a call constantly for troopers to because that's who rules these, to make things safer.
Yep.
That's their orders. They don't know who's who.
And you mentioned this is going to be in the hands of kind of Josh Shapiro at the state level, not so much at the local level, correct? Because it involves a state trooper.
Yeah, so you're correct. And so it's under the governor's office, under that umbrella. Now, Krasner, I doubt, is going to file and level any charges here. And they're misdemeanor charges anyway.
Yeah.
So unlike the feds that you talked about shackling journalists, nobody was shackled, okay? And they were legally arrested. State police saying this officer complied with, did all the rules, did everything by the book. That's what they're saying. They do say they have at least the dash cam. I don't know if Pennsylvania State Police, if they all have body cam, but they do have dash cam of the entire incident, not just the one snippet after things were already escalated.
Yeah. I mean, to your point with the state trooper hitting the jackpot, I mean, this is like hitting 3 boxes in once. I mean, this is like the Biden wet dream special right here, right? When you talk about identity politics, you talk about African-American, you talk about female, you talk about trans community, LGBTQ.
It's like the worst of the worst.
When the squad Dems get wind of this, they're going to want to execute this guy at the like he's in the state of Alabama. They're going to give him the nitrogen gas.
Meaning, what I mean with worst of the worst is that it's really the, like when you talk about protected classes, like they check every box.
Yeah. This is the epitome of privilege.
Absolutely.
And so that's just it. Didn't this state trooper treated these two individuals as equal to everybody else on the roadway and did not give them the privilege that apparently they think they're in a privileged class.
And I just don't understand when we came to this world of when it comes to police interaction, your compliance became optional. You don't have an option. Well, I mean, technically you do, because if you don't comply, then it's F around and find out. Like you've been given your warning. Please pull over. The sirens go off. The lights go off. Can you hand me your information, your identity, and everything like that? But this, like, getting out of the car, filming things like this is like some sort of movie or Hollywood script. No, it's not. This is why I say I back the blue, and I love the thin blue line flag, because it is almost impossible in this day and age to be a police officer without being under the microscope. And it's almost like, you know what? It's better off if you're the one that gets harmed as the officer, as opposed to the person or to somebody that is breaking the law allegedly. That's the wild part to me.
Now, Mayor Sherrell Parker released the statement saying it's concerning, but we don't know why the mayor thinks it's concerning. But if you know these two individuals, and particularly the husband in the pink, who's baby, and he's probably like the sweetest, dearest, gentleman who's like this. And he's crying on the ground and so on and so forth. But according to law enforcement, here's the thing: the cop doesn't know that.
Right.
And so, how many cops have been shot at? And so when you pull somebody over, it's startling that somebody else would pull over and aggressively get out of their vehicle, walk toward you, and start shouting.
As startling as it is for you to be pulled over, I think it's equally as startling for the officer, because as you walk up the left-hand side of that vehicle from back to front, you have no idea what is in that vehicle. You have no idea if the suspect has a gun, a knife, if they are mentally insane. You have no idea if they're under the influence of a narcotic or alcohol. So, and then all of a sudden, you're handling your business with the lady, and the husband shows up when he gets out of the vehicle. Now, let's just say I was traveling on vacation and my wife gets pulled over and I'm right behind her and I pull in behind the cop. Just without even really knowing every single thing I need to know, I'm not getting out of the vehicle to walk up to that officer. Yep. I'm just going to sit there and just keep watching and waiting and hopefully, be out of there in 25 minutes.
And it's also, you can hear in the video, the guy when he's on the ground, he goes, "It's because I'm black." And
yes.
They were just, it appears to me that they were just looking to instigate a problem. That's it. And by the way, we see the video with him on the ground and the cop trying to restrain him.
Yep.
That's where the video starts. We have no idea what cops don't just go from 0 to 60 for no reason.
And you
they
have no
just
right,
don't.
You have no right to resist arrest.
Exactly.
So as you become more tense and you start hulking up, so to speak, then the officer has to do the same thing.
Yep.
And it's not the officer's fault if he uses strict force to subdue you, because the officer needs to get control of the situation. And if that means the guy on the ground or the lady standing up, he needs to be the sheriff, so to speak, and make sure, for the sake of his safety, the safety of the suspects, and all the innocent bystanders, that this thing doesn't turn into a wild melee.
You never know what you're going to see on the other end of the car when you pull somebody over. You always have to be on guard, no matter what it is. And when if they become belligerent or they're whatever, you don't know unless you're in that situation.
Yep. That's why they were given tasers. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, kick off hour 2 with some news, and then also some very bad news for Joe Biden. You know it's bad when one person op-eds a piece for the New York Times saying, just go away, sir. Hour 2 as we continue. Kayal and Company is next.
With all the rain and unusually warm spring-like weather in early March, I know you're thinking about that lawn, dreaming of spring and summer. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense that you want to hire a company which provides better results, plus is safer for your entire family? Yeah, that includes your pets. And that's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn company for years now. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. So unlike other one-size-fits-all companies, their technicians are going to work with you to determine the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, not against it, which means they're safer for every single member of your family. Yeah, even the furriest ones. So for my buddy boy, think about this. He's 15 this summer. We're outside, we're playing Frisbee. I don't want Buddy exposed to any of those chemicals. My husband, Larry, says, you care more about the dog than me. Well, okay, but kick the chemical lawn habit. Seriously, get started today with Natural Lawn's safer products and all their programs. Take advantage of this limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year. Just call 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED, free seed. Choose my lawn care company. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. All you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it.
Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 6th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just gonna love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope, sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-298-9145. That's 800-298-9145. 800-298-9145.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart and beautiful idea to convert that ugly old bathtub into a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low walk-in entry that means no more climbing over the tub. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
She calls me home and says, baby, it's a lonely old night. I don't know, I'm just so scared and lonely all at the same time.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Hour number 2, straight up 7 o'clock here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45? I've got more stories, topics, and great content to get into that I can possibly fathom. I've got like 8,000 packets in here. It's unbelievable. All of the unreal stories that have transpired since we signed off on Friday morning. Actually, conspiracy theory here for a moment. I think they like to drop the big stuff at 10 o'clock on a Friday. It always seems like there's 2 or 3 things that I wish that we were on the air for. They fall right into Dawn's lap and then Dom's lap and then Rich's lap. And they're just assuming that we'll forget about it come Monday morning. Not the case. I'm chronicling and documenting all this stuff. I've got all sorts of notes here.
And then 10 o'clock today, we might hear from SCOTUS.
That's right, Colorado ballot case.
It's minute by minute.
Yep.
There's so much breaking. It's incredible.
By the way, does anybody think that SCOTUS is going to rule any other way? But
no,
possibly 8 to 1 or
7-2 minimum.
Yeah,
if not a
7-2
9-0 sweep.
I hope it's a 9-0 sweep.
Yeah.
I think that's important. Just I don't know how anybody and I saw on like MSNBC or someplace last night, and they were saying, "Oh, this is the court that's stacked against," and that's why we need the 9-0 to say no. You can't. Come on.
The liberal judges are the ones that actually grilled.
Yes.
Trump's team the most.
Yeah.
Or the prosecutor.
There was two of them, one of which is a Biden appointee, which is Ketanji Brown Jackson, I believe.
Yep.
And then there was another one, I forget her name, but there's another female on there that.
I think it was Sotomayor.
Correct.
I think.
Yep, that's exactly right. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:02. And for that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this March the 4th. Yes, it's Monday morning. So much happening this morning as we get the latest from officials in Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker's office, talking about what's going on as we await word on more as far as that controversial traffic stop on the Schuylkill Expressway that happened Saturday morning. So Sherrell Parker's office, at this point, we know that the two officials have been released from custody. We know that Pennsylvania State Police initially did not release those individuals' names. They actually put it out there on social media. And that's an important pathway to look at how this unfolded. So Pennsylvania State Police, they have come back over. So if you heard about this Saturday, these are the updates. That both of these individuals were arrested. They were cuffed and arrested during the situation. And now they've been released. In a statement from the DA's office as of yesterday, Sunday, the DA says they're making no charging decisions pending a thorough, even-handed investigation. That's the quote. As far as the two individuals arrested, Selena Morrison, Executive Director of Philadelphia's Office of LGBTQ plus Affairs, and Selena, we've told you, is a trans individual who has been the Grand Marshal of Pride Parades and is a very vocal individual, celebrity, if you will, within the trans and LGBTQ plus community.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Morrison's husband, Darius McLean. So they have been released, and we've confirmed that over the weekend. I don't know how long they were technically held, because we know that they were brought in. They were charged misdemeanor and summary charges, including violations as far as confronting the officer but all of these charges, it looks like, are misdemeanor charges. I don't see anything above that.
Let me ask you guys a down the road question, and this thing is obviously still very early in its infancy stages of the investigation. We talked a lot last week about Laken Riley's death, and we said how, with the border and the Republicans being on this issue for years, sadly, tragically, if you're playing the political game, Laken Riley needs to be to the right what George Floyd was to the left. If you look at everything with Biden and the DOJ and the left right now, they're struggling. And I get it. Nobody died here. This was a misdemeanor, and we'll see the way it plays out. Do you think this is going to be some? Because we know what the Democrats do. They sell fear, hatred, hate crimes, threats to democracy. Do you think they're going to use this case as a rallying point if this is something that moves forward where this officer ends up being reprimanded? Because I could see that being the next step down the road for the left with this one. Will this be, and again, it's not George Floyd, but will this be the George Floyd case of 2024 for Democrats? Because they rode that right through the election, right? I'm always thinking like 4 steps down the road here. What's the political end game? And I sadly think that could be a card that they try to use yet again.
I don't know, Nick, because I think we're in a different place right now, and we know. I mean, oftentimes the LGBTQ plus community, especially the trans community. Trans individuals do have a greater incidence of being attacked and needing the police. And so as they look at all of this, I hope that my hope is that this officer does not in any way get reprimanded, because I'm even getting, I'm getting reaction and DMs and texts from multiple law enforcement at all different levels. I know that NBC 10 had interviewed a gentleman who I believe was State Patrol in New Jersey, African-American expert on all of this. And he was saying that this trooper followed protocol. Mm-hmm. One of the big rules that everybody says that troopers are trained, if somebody is coming up from behind them or pulls up from behind them, and think about all of the gangs and organized crime that they're dealing with.
Right.
You have no idea as that trooper, if you've now pulled over a wanted individual, who is this person pulling up behind, getting out of their vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
and you're saying, "Sir, get back in your car. Sir, get back in your car."
Yep.
And that person is now disobeying you and yelling something at you. Cars are whipping by. It's loud.
Right.
By all accounts, every cop, every law enforcement everybody is saying this cop followed the protocol.
Good.
And you hear the cop, and that's why now the Pennsylvania state troopers, unfortunately, they're among the last group getting the body cameras. So we don't know if this officer, did he have the body cam? I hope to God he did.
Well, we have dashboard cam, I believe.
But that doesn't have the audio.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yep.
And so that if you have, that's why most, we've had people call in. We know most law enforcement love that body cam. They hope to God there's no technical glitch.
Oh, yeah.
Because it generally 98% of the time, it 100% exonerates them.
Yeah. You get transparency. Absolutely.
So you hear the officer, on her, because she's recording it, Selena's recording it, saying, the officer says something to the effect of, "This was a simple traffic stop. Why did you, he's even exasperated,
Mm-hmm.
saying, why are you, but you do also hear, I will say, and this is for anchor people. We've seen multiple anchor people in Philadelphia and New York fired from their jobs for saying the words, "Do you know who I am?"
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a violation. Usually if you're signed to a contract, you're not allowed to use your position. If you're in a position of a public position, you're not allowed to use that position. Imagine if a cop said, "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah.
You generally could be reprimanded if you are a city official, an elected official, or even an anchor person. It's in our personal services contracts. You can't say that kind of thing.
I've been known to say, "Do you know who I am?" at times at Giant when I'm checking out of the grocery store, but nobody still knows who I am. So what the hell am I going to do?
Do you know who I am? No. Okay.
That'll be $137.50, sir. Do you know who I am?
Well, Mayor Sherelle Parker, by the way, is saying she's taking into account that we've had a tough pandemic, but everybody, you got to get back to work. Ordering all 25,000 Philadelphia public and city employees, you got to get back to work. Today, the top 70 executives within her administrations, I guess they're taking roll call.
Oh. So when do the construction workers and the laborers and the landscapers go back to work? Oh, they never stopped working. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. 25,000 people, and we didn't fully, until Mayor Parker, I will give Mayor Parker credit, until Mayor Parker put out this all call, I don't believe that we had official confirmation during the Kennedy administration that these 25,000 were still zooming it in. Not all of them, but the majority.
I mean, that's a pretty significant number of people. I need to know what all of these people do for 8 hours that requires them to be like logged into Zoom or some sort of virtual connection. I'm assuming not everything is internet computer based in their jobs. So I don't understand why they're not back in some sort of office setting at a very least a majority of the days of the week, 3 or 4 days a week, maybe one day a week you work remotely. But what are these people? I need to know what their job specifications are. All these people that are, and by the way, we're paying these people. These are taxpayer funded positions.
Yes.
To sit at home at their coffee table all day. Do people still have coffee tables?
Well, in this case, we're watching it, but I think we give credit to the mayor for saying the quiet part out loud that Mayor Kennedy never talked about and allowed.
What an administration.
And so in a way, is she not calling out the previous administration? And in the same sentence, she's saying we need our downtown thriving. Think of 25,000 people. Maybe they need to go out to lunch. They need to run to a local store in their lunch break. And so she's talked about we need a thriving community.
Yep.
And she's saying these 25,000 people are going to make a huge difference for all the businesses in Center City, Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that going on this morning in Philadelphia and around. And we also have so much other news and headlines. Our Sixers, we prevailed, 120 to 116, beating the Mavericks last night. That's going on. So we have a lot of the sports victory, as Greg Stocker had declared.
Yep.
Yes.
It's the Stocker Sixers stimulus package.
Well, I think they play the Nets tomorrow night, so I'm not in favor of that game.
Are you going to fade that game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thrill is gone, in other words? Is
yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yeah. Stocker's going to find a Grapefruit League baseball game to bet on. give me the Phillies in Cactus League action.
So much to talk about, and the forecast as well, because we have rain in the forecast, but we're still quite warming. Yesterday we were up to 65 degrees, I believe, and so today much of the same, but more rain in store, unfortunately, as we move through the week this week. So, and we talked earlier this morning, just headlining for you, Caitlin Clark saying that they're calling it an all-time NCAA scoring record. Passing basketball legend Pistol Pete Maravich. That's causing some controversy, and we've talked about that because of the changing rules. Just a quick kind of recall that I want to tell you about. More than 61,000 pounds of steamed chicken soup dumplings sold at Trader Joe's are being recalled for possibly containing hard plastic.
Oh.
This from U.S. regulators.
Wait, Trader Joe's has had a bad
They have.
couple of months. They're constantly being recalled for things.
Yeah, no more salmonella. We just put plastic in it now.
A little plastic with your chicken dumplings.
So the Agriculture Department's Food Safety and Inspection Service noting the now recalled dumplings, so there's a little plastic in your dumplings, produced by the California-based CJ Foods Manufacturing Corporation, may be contaminated with these foreign materials, specifically hard plastic from permanent markers from those pens. So quite concerned. We don't have reports of anybody getting sick, but it's quite concerning. So today, 64 degrees, mostly cloudy, maybe a few sprinkles at risk here. But today, at least, we're not going to see the drenching that we're expecting rain throughout the rest of the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, warm and rainy, 53 tomorrow, 59 Wednesday, Thursday, 60 degrees. I dread giving this forecast because Greg Stocker, I don't know. Greg loves the sun.
I do. I loved it yesterday.
He's a child of the sun.
Yesterday was a great day, and I don't think today is going to be, but it's fine.
The sun and his mood are directly related.
So Greg will be in a good mood Friday because that's pretty much in the next 7 days. That's the only time you're going to see sun.
Always in a good mood Friday.
Yeah, so double reason.
Yep.
And Super Tuesday tomorrow, but the forecast is not a Super Tuesday. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:15 as we continue on this Friday morning. Still ahead. Speaking of dumplings, Ron DeSantis is in the news.
Mustard.
We'll get to what he did in the state of Florida on Friday. And also Joe Biden. If you were to write a fairy tale ending to Joe Biden's first term, presuming he would not run a second time and he would step aside, how would it sound? Well, Maureen Dowd of the New York Times basically wrote the fantasy escape for Joe to not run again. We'll get to that on the other side. And also, we always talk about these cognitive exams. What exactly is on the cognitive exam? I actually found exactly what the questions look like. We'll take a cognitive exam before we get to the cut sheet. And maybe we'll be disqualified from running the rest of the show.
I definitely will be.
Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
You know, I've talked a lot about Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles just continuing to grow their luxury collection of brands. And we just are so excited for the Piazza family of dealerships, welcoming in the two newest members to their family, Infiniti Ardmore, Maserati of the Main Line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. Of course, You're going to get the same first-class customer experience that you've always come to expect from the Piazza family of dealerships, as well as Piazza Premium Automobiles. So find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a high-efficiency front-load washer with stackable dryer from LG. Regularly $17.98 for only $13.96. Save over $400. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you use Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
We are young, hearted to heart.
It's Kayal Company. We might be young, but Joe Biden, he's old. It's Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue Monday morning. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Also, still ahead this morning. What does a cognitive exam actually consist of? We'll get to that. And Ron DeSantis takes a flamethrower to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the state of Florida. We'll get to that story as we roll on this morning. But let's get to Joe. We know it's a busy week for Joe Biden's State of the Union address coming up on Thursday evening. I just want to give you a couple of poll numbers, and we'll go from one poll to the next and then into a column that was written in the New York Times. So Rasmussen reports with their latest Rasmussen poll, where they surveyed all Democrats, by the way. And I think this is pretty interesting. 82% of respondents that were Democrats say that it is now important to secure our borders. 62% of Democrats want more border wall construction. 60% of Democrats say the border situation is a crisis, while 55% of Democrats see the border situation as, quote, an invasion. And 54% of Democrats say, fix America before sending more money to Ukraine. We call this the practice of Fettermaning. This is where a Democrat all of a sudden regains that key component to their brain called logic, and they say, you know what, Republicans, you're not that crazy after all. And then the New York Times, with the latest New York Times Siena College poll, revealing that Joe Biden now trails Donald Trump by 5 points, 48 to 43, and only 1 in 4 voters think the country is moving in the right direction. More than twice as many voters believe that Biden's policies have personally hurt them as believe his policies have helped them. And the share of voters who strongly disapprove of Biden's handling of the job has reached 47%, which is higher than in any other point in history of Joe Biden's presidency in the New York Times Siena polls. So that is an all-time low for Joe. So Maureen Dowd is somebody that we have mentioned at times on this show, whether it's in passing, whether it's on the cut sheet or in written form. I'm not sure if you guys saw this over the weekend. This was published on Saturday, and the headline is My Joe Biden Fantasy, written by Maureen Dowd. And it's literally only 3 pages long. I'm going to read a little bit of this for you, but it's a little bit too long to read verbatim. But this is almost written by Maureen Dowd as if this was a script handed to Joe to go up to the podium Thursday night and announce his retirement, that he would not be running for president for a second straight term. Or this would be something later on in the spring or the summer where Joe would step aside. We've talked about what are Joe's options? What are his outs? What would be his exit strategy if Joe or Jill convinces Joe, or some people behind the scenes convince him, look, your age, the Hunter thing, we need to replace you. So how would that sound? This is written by Maureen Dowd. And this is big because this is her way of saying, Joe, it's time to ride off into the sunset. But barf bags, if you have them, still grab them. So Maureen Dowd writes, I slipped away from this nightmarish election campaign into a delicious dream the other evening. I dreamed that when Joe Biden gets up to reset his beleaguered presidency at the State of the Union address, he gives this astonishing speech. Mr. Speaker, man, Mike Johnson was a nobody just weeks ago. Now he's Neville Chamberlain. Madam Vice President, oi. Our First Lady, you hottie. And our second gentleman, members of Congress, leaders of our military, justices, and the Supreme Court, and you, my fellow Americans. My report is this. The state of my mental competency is strong, and the union is okay, too. You think I'm grateful? Take a look at the other guy. He can't even remember who Nancy Pelosi is. And that gal was the best speaker in United States history. You know what I remember? I remember how to lift people up, not tear them down, and pit them against one another. I remember how to tell the truth when my lips move. Excuse me. You think I'm old? I might be 81, but I'm not about that chronological age. It's about how old your ideas are, man. Donald Trump wants to yank us back on women's rights, the environment, mail-in voting, actually all voting. He's undermining NATO. She goes on and on and on. And you can read the full thing. She ends up getting into Hunter Biden and talking about Joe as a father. He talks about how, he spent 51 years in office. And Maureen Dowd basically lays out, like, his accomplishments, what America means to Joe, how Joe's just your average middle-class guy. He's a family man. And you can read the full thing. It's called My Joe Biden Fantasy, written by Maureen Dowd, March 2nd in the New York Times. I think it's significant because we've seen this transformation. We've seen this adjustment made by usually the biggest supporters and backers of Joe Biden. And now when the New York Times, fresh off of some bad polling numbers from the New York Times, is showing what trouble Joe is in, for Maureen Dowd to write this column, as cheesy as it is, it's her way, and I think even the most ardent supporters of Biden, their way of giving kind of like the letting him down gently. It's like, you remember back in the day when you had this feeling for a female and you really wanted to date her, and maybe you went out on a date or two and she just wasn't feeling it, but she didn't want to rip your soul out. She didn't want to rip out your heart and step on them with high heels, and she let you down gently. That's what Maureen Dowd is doing here in this column to Joe Biden.
I never had that experience, Nick.
Well, Dawn, you are a heartbreaker. So I think this is interesting that we're now at the point where even the most puff piece left-wing writers who will pretty much, and even here, like, she's writing up this script basically as if Joe would deliver it. And she says, I remember how to tell the truth when my lips move. Like, every time Joe's lips move, he's lying. He lies every time, whether it's policy-wise at the border or his football glory days at the University of Delaware that never actually were glory days. Every time he flaps his gums, it's a lie. It's no different than any other politician. But I think this is interesting because I'm still going to stand by my prediction. I do reserve the right to change it. But I still think Joe is going to get replaced at some point later this summer. And it'll be interesting, I think, if in fact that does play out, how he frames it and positions it. Because I will still contend, partisan politics aside, objectively looking at it, if I was a strategist, I would tell Joe Biden, if he was contemplating stepping aside, and he asked me for my opinion, if I was James Carville, if I was David Axelrod, I would say, honestly, you have 3 or 4 outs here. I don't think this is going to be a major slap in the face on the surface. Now, we all know the reasons, his age, his cognitive decline, his failures, but you have wiggle room excuses that you can sell to some that are willing to buy it. And here are those outs for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, on down the list. So I thought that was pretty interesting that she wrote that column, because I think it's another sign that you're starting to really see it coming full steam here. And who knows? Maybe they'll ride Joe all the way to the finish line. They will ride him until the wheels fall off. Could very well be the case. We've seen it. Dianne Feinstein forever, John Fetterman forever. Fetterman forever is relatively speaking for his time. But, I mean, the guy couldn't put together three words, and he won elections. So,
well, I mean, if they're going to do it, the convention is the time to do it. I mean, that's really what conventions used to be. Mm-hmm. It used to be, people vying for their party's nomination. Now it's just kind of like a coronation.
Yeah.
But it used to be, that's where this was all decided. Will it be like that this year? I doubt it, but
it's just there's just so much more, and I get it, and I'm going to say it for the 18,000th time. Take polls with a grain of salt. But when friendlier polls like CNN and the New York Times Siena poll.
They're terrible.
Yes,
they're terrible.
These are not Fox News polls.
No. I agree.
This is where you should have.
It's the one thing I will say though is that it's not a national election, so these are good polls to get the temperature of the country, but they're also not.
Yep.
We just don't have a national election, so I'm more interested to see swing states and state by state how these how these two candidates are doing.
Yep.
But every poll has just been bad for Joe Biden, and like the majority of Democrats think that he's too old.
Mm-hmm. The only question really remains is, okay, yes, we don't like Joe. Yes, his polling is bad, and I'm speaking as if I was a Democrat for a second. But will we still vote for him?
Yep.
Or will we sit it out? Or will we vote for Trump? That's what remains to be seen. We'll find out. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up in about 14 minutes, the cut sheet. But when we come back, we talk about Joe's cognitive decline. What exactly is on a cognitive test that Joe Biden refuses to take? Details next on Kayal and Company.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing everything you love to do this spring and from making plans this summer. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue. Now, pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play some golf, move again, pain-free, and no pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Many of you have told me, Dawn, I feel like the clock was turned back. I'm feeling good. I want you to take action now. Do this for you. Live your best life this spring and this summer. By the way, it's a great use of your tax refund check. Just call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. 999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
These changes for the Phillies. Never again will I utter the words. Now pitching for the Phillies, Craig Kimbrough.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.37. Happy Monday to all of you. Welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up in just about 7 minutes time. Busy week. Primary Super Tuesday tomorrow. State of the Union Thursday. We're going to have Tony Bruno on Wednesday. Sean Faresh will join us for another installment of Trump impersonations on Thursday, so it'll be good. Also, we have to give ourselves a pat on the back coming up in a little bit when it comes to our interview with Mr. Florentine from this past Friday.
Okay.
We kind of beat somebody to the punch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, so we'll take a little Barry Horowitz pat on the back coming up a little bit later for the people that know what I'm talking about.
3 people know what that means.
All right. Dawn and Greg, do you guys know what a cognitive test includes?
I mean, I've heard. I've never taken one myself.
So what is on the cognitive test that Donald Trump has aced that he is challenging Joe Biden to? That is the question. And Mediaite.com went out and actually got some of the answers to this. And we'll go through this. And this is courtesy of the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, MoCA for short. And it's used to screen people for mild cognitive issues. And it consists of 8 sections with a total of 12 tasks, and successful completion of which they award you points. So maybe we have somebody out there in the clinical field that has administered one of these tests and knows exactly what we are talking about. But here we go. Connecting the first part of it, connecting lettered and numbered dots in order. I would think that's something that the three of us could probably do, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're connecting lettered and numbered dots in order. Number 2, drawing a cube. Can you draw a cube?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Cube.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be asking if we could do this. Could Joe Biden do this? Okay.
This is a cognitive test?
This is a cognitive test. It gets a little bit more challenging.
Okay.
This is where Joe could, stumble or trip and fall, literally and figuratively. Drawing a clock. These tasks are worth up to 5 points.
Yes, the clock
Yes.
test. I remember that with a family member who started suffering from dementia. So
Okay.
yes, the clock test.
I remember, I think it was in preschool or kindergarten, we would draw like the big circle on a sheet of paper, and then we would write 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You put the big hand and the little hand, and you'd put it and you'd move it around.
Yes, we all know what a clock is.
Yeah,
I think.
drawing a clock. Number 4, correctly identifying pictures of a lion, a camel, and a rhinoceros.
Wait, you have to draw a camel?
No,
That's not easy.
No, correctly identify the pictures.
Oh,
like
you're
I hold up
kidding.
a picture of a lion and you say, oh, that's a cheetah. And I say, no, that's incorrect. And then I zap you like Bill Murray in Ghostbusters. All right, so that's number 4. Wow. Recalling a list of 5 words. This is where I think Joe would absolutely fail. So you utter out 5 words, and then the President of the United States needs to repeat those 5 words back to you. I think Joe might stumble by the 3rd word out of the 5 he's supposed to relay back to me. Just a guess on my part.
I think I might stumble, just not because I feel like I'm in decline mentally, but just because I can't pay attention.
Well, yes, attention deficit disorder is legitimate. There's medicine for that. I was actually tested for that in 6th grade.
Shocking.
But I did not end up having it. I just didn't like my class. So reading a list of numbers is also on the cognitive exam. Reading a list of letters, these are worth 1 point apiece. Now, how about this one? Counting backwards from 100 by sevens. Can you go from 100 to 0 by sevens?
That's hard.
That's a weird one.
93, 86, 79, 72, 65, 58, 51. You get the drift here.
I couldn't do that.
So there's no chance Joe could do that.
No.
I mean, Joe would be done before he got into the 80s. All right. Also, repeating the phrases, quote, I only know what John is the one to help. I'm sorry. I'm going to read that again, as I just failed it.
Anyway.
Yes, as Joe would say.
Anyway.
Repeating the phrases, quote, I only know that John is the one to help today, and, quote, the cat always hid under the couch when dogs were in the room. You have to repeat those. All right, moving forward here. Explaining the similarities between objects like the train, the bicycle, and watch, and ruler. So you have to be able to explain what they have in common. That might be a bit of an issue for Joe. We know he wants to have trains that are going across the ocean. We know he falls off of bicycles, so he would probably struggle with that. Recalling the 5 words from earlier in the test in any order. That is worth 5 points. And then lastly, and this is really where he would fail, but this is significant because this is worth 6 points. Knowing where you are and what the date, the time, and the day of the week are. So if Joe Biden were to sit down to take the MOCA test, and it's Monday at 7:43 a.m., and he walks into the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios inside of 2400 Market Street at Odyssey World headquarters, and he did not know how to basically utter what I just did, he would fail that and not get the 6 points. So that's what consists of this exam that Donald Trump says that he aced.
Yeah.
And I have no reason to believe he wouldn't, even though people want to say he's starting to decline cognitively. Although, when you look at all these questions, I think Joe would probably get at least 80% of these wrong and would not garner the points. And this is why I think, with coming off of last week, Joe taking that physical with the White House physician, yet again, the administration says the cognitive exam would not be included in his physical, and I think the reason why is because he would fail. And I think that's relatively simple. I mean, there might be 1 or 2 things where you might have to say, hey, can you explain to me what you're asking for? I think that's fair. But for the most part, it's pretty self-explanatory. And I think if you have access to nuclear codes, you're negotiating peace between the Middle East and Israel. You're trying to get a ceasefire there. You're trying to, hopefully in year 3, end what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. All of those things are very significant. And those are only the issues that we're dealing with, abroad. We're not talking about the domestic issues that are plaguing most of America. I would think that, if you can't pass this cognitive test, you probably should not be the president of the United States or even seek re-election. But that's just me, and I'm trying to view it from a common sense standpoint. So,
can you imagine Vivek Ramaswamy taking this?
He'd zip right through it. Doogie Howser would zip right through it.
He's so quick.
I mean, he would be able to rattle. I actually think, and I'm not saying this as a slight, is a compliment. I think he might be a savant. Like, I think Vivek Ramaswamy might just be one of, and we know he's super bright, but I'm talking about, like, genius level. I mean, to be honest, like, he's 38, 39 years old. He's got a medical degree and a law degree. And he funded multiple businesses that made him millions upon millions of dollars. I don't know how he even was able to pull that off in the timeline of life. Think about that. Yeah, you graduate high school at 18, you get out of college when you're 21 or 22. If you're really smart, you can graduate college in 3 years. In less than 17 years, he did all of that and then decided to run for president. But what else can this guy? I mean, this guy, I think he's so smart, he's bored with the regular rigors of life.
Yeah.
It's like beneath him.
Salt Queen says, I'm a speech therapist. Used to give this test daily until we realized it was trash. It's ultimately just a screening tool to identify those who need further assessment of their cognitive skills.
Okay. So Joe Biden would not be able to pass the trash test. There you go. Thank you very much.
She also says the cube and the cloth tasks are designed to identify visual, spatial, is that right?
Yep.
Deficits, also problems with planning and organization.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
I just,
I just thought it was interesting to bring that up because we always
Yeah.
talk about him being in cognitive decline.
Sure.
Like, what does that
What
exactly
is-
entail?
what does it mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 7:46 Monday morning. Let's get to a Monday edition of Stalker's What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sale and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Speaking of Joe Biden's cognitive ability, Alejandro Mayorkas was on State of the Union with Dan Bash on Sunday and went through a whole litany of other things. But the subject of Joe Biden's cognitive ability came up. I'm going to start here with cut 5 here, Phil. And he said this before, but goes into great detail with how much he prepares when he's in a meeting with Joe because he's so quick. Anybody believe that?
No.
Cut 5, Phil, go.
I'm going to make a very hard turn right now to something a lot lighter than that, which is Saturday Night Live. I'm not sure if you saw when you were coming in this morning that you and I both got the SNL treatment last night. I'll play a clip.
I was with Joe Biden for the past weekend, and whew, he wiped me out.
Okay, so you feel he's up to the job?
Dana, I was just with him, and behind closed doors, he's a dynamo. Joe went into beast mode. He said, "We gotta tighten this border. Look how easy I can cross it." Then he parkoured up to the top of the border wall. He front flipped into the Rio Grande and came back up with a fish in his mouth.
Does that happen every day?
We all need a little comic relief now and then, and I thought George Clooney did a terrific job.
Obviously this is hard, but they do this because they try to make a point that there is a discussion in the zeitgeist. There is a reason that they did a whole thing about Joe Biden's age. Do you want to have a real statement about it, about what you witnessed?
They should spend a bit of time with Joe Biden like I have done. Let me share something with you. I prepare a lot for meetings with him and engagements with him because he's remarkably detail-oriented, probing, and operationally focused.
Okay, but no fishing in the Rio Grande.
Not for me.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate it.
Boy, those are two funny personalities, aren't they? Dan Bash and Alejandro Mayorkas. Boy, they're
Man.
so glad that they got spoofed on SNL. By the way, whoever spoofed Mayorkas on SNL, that might be the worst impersonation
It was terrible,
I
yeah.
have ever seen. Didn't sound like him remotely, the delivery, the whole bit. But imagine trying to sell to the American public. And I don't know how old Mayorkas is. I'll just guess. I'm going to say he's early 60s, just ballparking it. And it seems like as bad as he is at his job, and as full of crap as he is, he does not seem to be remotely close to being in cognitive decline. So imagine coming out and speaking before 38,000 people on State of the Union watching that god-awful show and trying to spin it to the American public that Joe is just so full of vigor and he's detail-oriented, like he's Bill Belichick showing up for a game planning session against the Jets. I better be on my A game because Joe never takes a day off. Nobody in America believes that clip right there. Not a single one.
Speaking of SNL, they played a little clip there, but I'm going to play more of it. So this is look. This was their cold open. They decided to parody Joe Biden with Dan Bash and Alejandro Mayorkas, and here's how some of that went. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
We are now joined live by Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas.
Thanks for having me, Dana. Man, I am exhausted. I was with Joe Biden for the past weekend, and whew, he wiped me out.
Yeah, basically what you're saying here, Nick, is that he's just the only similarity that he has is that he's bald.
Yes.
I mean, he has a bald cap on.
And Mayorkas said George Clooney. Where did that come from?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh,
He was
okay.
joking.
I was just wondering.
He's so handsome.
Did I miss something there?
Alejandro Mayorkas is so handsome.
Wow.
Did that go over your head, Nick?
Yeah. I think I just failed a cognitive exam.
I think you did too.
God.
Well,
Okay,
I think
so you feel
What's that?
he fell asleep.
Yeah.
This is not fun. I mean, the point that the sin of this is supposed to be comedy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is horrible.
It's painful.
Yeah.
It is painful.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You don't have to play the video, Phil, because we'll get taken down if you do. So.
Oh, that's right.
Dan,
Well,
I was just with him, and behind closed doors, he's a dynamo. This weekend, we both went down to the border town of Brownsville, Texas, and Joe went into beast mode. He said, "We gotta tighten this border. Look how easy I can cross it." Then he parkoured up to the top of the border wall. He front flipped into the Rio Grande and came back up with a fish in his mouth. But you didn't report that because it doesn't fit your little narrative.
well, with all due respect, it doesn't fit reality.
Oh, please, Dana. We were all just with him. If you don't believe us, just ask a good friend.
I believe it's supposed to be Jim Acosta.
is that who that
Yeah,
is?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, but-
or maybe Gavin Newsom. Not sure.
Could be.
Yeah.
You notice what's happening here with SNL though?
It stinks. Oh no.
Well, no, that's been going on for 17 years.
Okay.
No, last weekend they bring back a comic in
Yep.
Shane Gillis who was canceled and fired.
Yep.
And now they're knocking Joe in the cold open.
Yep.
This sandwiched in between what I just read with the New York Times from Maureen Dowd. I mean, the most defenders
Yep.
of the left are just it's open season. The floodgates have opened up now.
Yep.
But even if to your point, even if they're pandering
Yeah.
to the rights, they're still not funny.
Right.
And so it's the truth is just be funny.
Mhm.
Yep.
Just do what you gotta do what you're supposed to do. Just be funny. And by the way, Joe Biden is that imitation. If you had anybody imitating him, it would be hysterical.
Mhm.
He's not that difficult to imitate, quite frankly.
Right.
They could do it. They're not doing it.
They do it in this clip.
Okay.
There is somebody who does
good.
do Joe Biden at the end here. Let me see if I can just move.
If
move
it's
along,
funny,
along.
is it funny?
I want to say it's the same guy who does Trump, who's also a terrible Trump impressionist. Remember when they were doing Joe Biden
there
early on, it was Jim Carrey. Remember he would do the aviator
Yeah.
shades, but they probably can't afford to have Jim Carrey on every time they do Biden.
All right,
so somebody
Bring back-
in-house has to do him.
Bring back Dana Carvey. He did a pretty good.
I don't understand why they don't. I don't
Did they
understand
have,
why
did
they
they
don't
have a
bring him.
falling out?
No, I don't think so. He does it. He does a podcast, which is, by the way, it's owned by Odyssey right here. So
I've
it's
heard the
it's-
promo.
It's an exclusive Odyssey.
He
Yeah.
does it with Spade.
Fly on the Wall. Yeah, where they talk about old SNL stuff. They couldn't do that if they weren't in good graces with SNL. All
That's
right,
true.
This is the Joe Biden impression.
I'll bet he's probably just right in the middle of the bike ride. All right, can you put my phone up on the screen?
So he's FaceTiming the president.
Hey, all right. It's Gavin Newsom.
Mr. President?
Hey, hold on. I'm just going to turn up the volume. Just got to find a button. There we go.
Well, looks like he hung up.
Well, while the governor tries to get him back on the line, let's take a break. And live from New York,
That's all it
it's
was.
Saturday night.
That's all they did.
Wasn't even funny.
Yeah. This is what happens when they don't have 3 weeks off in between live shows to write better scripts. Good God, I ought to come in and save that show as well. Just be funny, just roast both sides, and for the love of God, before this administration is voted out, whether it's this fall or in 4.5 years, can you spoof Karine Jean-Pierre? She's a content gem. They could have a field day with her. I mean, every single week she gets up there, and all you have to do is have somebody that can sound like her and look like her and say, I have nothing to tell you. I'm not going to go beyond that. I would refer you to the White House counsel. I'm going to leave it here. I just have nothing to say on that front. And it would be hysterical.
Yeah.
But they don't do it because she checks off 3 boxes, and it would be like they are attacking her.
Moving on to cut 6 here, Phil. Mayorkas on with State of the Union. As we know, Joe Biden and Donald Trump both visited the border. One of them was at the place where there's an actual crisis. The other person was at a place where there was 6 people have crossed.
Yeah, Joe actually went to the
3 years.
restaurant called On the Border. He had chips and salsa, and then he went home and took a nap.
But Mayorkas would like to let everybody know that the president most certainly got a full picture of the border crisis during his visit. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Here with me now is Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Good morning.
You were with the president at the border. You went to Brownsville, where the numbers actually have been a bit lower, you know better than I do, than other sections of the border. I want you to listen to what the head of the Border Patrol Union said. I should say he was with Donald Trump when he made these statements.
I want you to know, your agents, my agents, they're mad as hell. Absolutely mad that President Biden went to Brownsville, Texas, rather than going to Arizona, rather than going to San Diego, California, rather than coming to Eagle Pass, Texas, which has been the epicenter.
Did President Biden get a full picture of the crisis at the border during this trip?
Oh, he most certainly did. You know, Brownsville in April and May of last year accounted for 30% of all encounters across the entire southern border. It displays how dynamic the challenge of migration is, because we convinced Mexico to increase its enforcement along its border before people arrive at the southern border. The numbers in Brownsville have dropped. The numbers in Eagle Pass have dropped. The numbers in Tucson have risen because enforcement in Mexico is so difficult given the landscape of Sonora, Mexico. The challenge of migration is a very dynamic and ever-changing one. The important message that we communicated from Brownsville, Texas, is the fact that Congress needs to act. This system has been broken for decades, and we have a bipartisan solution that will deliver much-needed resources and much-needed changes to the broken system. It is a bipartisan solution, and the president was very strong on that point.
So I actually have three things off of this. Number one, interesting that she classified it as a border crisis, and Mayorkas did not push back on that word. Remember, crisis is a word Mayorkas has refused to use when addressing the issue at the border as a crisis. Number two, it's very damning that the former president, when we talk about an issue, has the chief of a union in his corner over the current incumbent president. Not a good look for Joe. And then I also saw somebody trying to spin it, somebody from mainstream media over the weekend, that Joe Biden and this administration have deported 3 or 4 times as many illegal entries as Donald Trump did, which might be factually correct, but the reality of it is, when you look at the actual context of the issue, of course you might be able to deport more people because you're having way more illegal encounters, 7.2 million. And that's only what's being reported.
Mayorkas was also on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, and he was asked about the murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley by an illegal alien, but he refuses to admit that the murderer should never have been here in the first place. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
A 22-year-old nursing student, I know you've been following this, Laken Riley in the state of Georgia was murdered allegedly by an undocumented Venezuelan migrant. The suspect had been detained by Border Patrol upon crossing, released with temporary permission to stay in the country. He then went on allegedly to commit crimes twice, once in New York for driving a scooter without a license and once in connection with a shoplifting case in Georgia. Did those states and their law enforcement communicate to the federal government that this had happened? Should this man have been deported?
A few thoughts. First, Margaret, first and foremost, an absolute tragedy, and our hearts break for and our prayers are with the family, number one. Number two, and importantly, as a prosecutor, having prosecuted violent crime and other crimes for 12 years, one individual is responsible for the murder, and that is the murderer. And we work very closely with state and local law enforcement to ensure that individuals who pose a threat to public safety are indeed our highest priority for detention and removal.
But are you saying there that the federal government had been informed about this individual and the alleged crimes he had committed in those states? Because he could have been deported if that was the case. Was there a breakdown in the system?
So, Margaret, there are a number of cities around the country that have varying degrees of cooperation with the immigration authorities. We firmly believe that
New York did not?
We firmly believe that if a city is aware of an individual who poses a threat to public safety, then we would request that they provide us with that information so that we can ensure that that individual is detained if the facts so warrant.
You know, I never thought it would be possible for somebody to come off more swarmy than Anthony Fauci. But if there is one that has surpassed the Fauchster, it's Mayorkas. A stocked canned answer again, right out of the gate, right off of the top, thoughts and prayers. I got news for you, Alejandro. Your thoughts aren't going to change anything on the border, so spare us the window dressing. And just the inability to acknowledge that what you have done, or I should say what this president has done in 3 years to dismantle and unravel everything that was going relatively good compared to where we are today, it's just an abomination. It's almost like it was their goal to just take something that was completely under wraps and make it a unmitigated disaster. That's what they've done.
Well, at least he acknowledged. At least he said the right thing.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, Joe Biden has not.
To my knowledge, Joe Biden has not uttered the words Laken Riley.
Democratic Senator, Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy was on ABC this week with Jonathan Karl, asked about the sanctuary city policy, since we're in this illegal immigration mode here. Should there be a rollback of sanctuary city policies? This is what Chris Murphy said. Cut 13, Phil, go.
As the whole sanctuary city movement, did it go too far? Are we seeing a rollback of that? Should there be a rollback of that?
Well, we treat immigrants compassionately in Connecticut as well. And listen, I think that speaks to the best of this country. Ultimately, this solution has to be on the border and in the countries that people are fleeing. I don't think it's in the best interest of this country to push immigrants into the shadows once they are here.
I would say this, because I looked this up, and I think I mentioned to you guys last week on the show when we were doing the topics around Laken Riley, just how many sanctuary counties we have in Pennsylvania here. And I think I went through about 14 of them. Go through, and you could do this on your own as a little exercise. Just look up sanctuary cities and counties in the United States. And then when you see one state that has 14 and another state that has 1, 2, or 3, just off the top of your head say, are those red states or are those blue states? I mean, this to me, everybody says, well, bipartisan solution. This is a partisan problem. This is what happens when you unload at the border and you allow people in like this. And then by the way, you have places like Pennsylvania and New York and Illinois. And then we get to the local levels with mayors like Eric Adams in New York, and it's hate has no home here, and we're a sanctuary city. Remember the clip we played for you? I think it was probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago now. The family up in the New England area that had a couple of illegal migrants. They came to their house, and now they're doing chores for them.
Yep.
It's like, in a weird, warped way, it's like a modern day slavery if you think about it. Well, we're gonna compensate you slightly, and you can come to my beautiful home here in Connecticut, and you can cut my grass and do the dishes because hate has no home here. Just bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird.
60 Minutes did a piece last night on the migrant crisis. This is the point, Nick, that you made earlier about the Biden administration carrying out 4 million expulsions and deportations, more than the Trump administration. But the Border Patrol estimates 1.6 million people have entered the country illegally without getting caught. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
3 years, the Biden administration has carried out 4 million expulsions and deportations, more than the Trump administration. But it has also allowed a record 3 million people to remain in the country for years while their immigration cases are heard. And the Border Patrol estimates another 1.6 million people have entered the country illegally without getting caught. This past week, former President Trump visited Shelby Park with Governor Abbott. On the same day, President Biden was also at the Texas border in Brownsville.
Instead of playing politics with the issue, why don't we just get together and get it done?
President Biden says that if Republicans were serious about securing the border, they would not have rejected a bipartisan immigration deal in the Senate last month after former President Trump opposed it. That deal would have increased funding for the Border Patrol and required the president to expel all migrants crossing illegally during surges like the one at Shelby Park in December.
Just remember, folks, we just wrapped up the month of February, 961,000 in a matter of 8 weeks. They're on pace, believe it or not, to actually shatter past records, which is remarkable if you think about Joe's first 3 years.
One more clip here. This is from the 60 Minutes piece last night, where they talk about the sharp razor wire that had been going up along the Texas border, and state police and National Guard soldiers have been deployed as part of the Operation Lone Star since the program began in 2021. Thousands of migrants have been arrested and detained, according to CBS News. This is 60 Minutes from last night. Cut 8, Phil, go.
We went behind the guarded gates of Shelby Park in January, shortly after Governor Abbott had taken control.
So this is called an anti-climb barriers.
Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Christopher Olivares showed us where state National Guardsmen were installing fresh razor wire barriers along the river.
Help me understand at the heart of this why Texas has a problem with the Border Patrol coming in to process migrants in this park.
The issue is trying to prevent another influx, because when Border Patrol is here setting up a processing center, it's going to encourage more migrants to cross the river because they know where to go.
It's one of many spots along the Texas border where coils of sharp wire have been going up ever since Governor Abbott launched Operation Lone Star in 2021.
Look at that razor wire.
Since then, thousands of migrants have been arrested and detained on trespassing charges.
Hey, stop!
State troopers have cracked down on human smuggling rings, and the state has spent more than $150 million sending migrants on buses to cities like New York and Chicago, turning the trouble at the border into a political and financial headache for Democratic mayors. Once the site of ball games and flea markets, Shelby Park is now Governor Abbott's model of what the Texas border can be.
Where we are right now, there used to be 3,000 or 4,000 people crossing illegally a day. For the past 3 days, there's an average of just 3 people crossing the border illegally.
Wow. You're saying a wall works. What a novel concept. And oh, by the way, that area used to be an area where they would have all sorts of events and venues and different gatherings. And now it looks like pretty much like a deserted wasteland with walls, barrier, and razor wire. Yeah, the other thing that's interesting about this as well is when you think about everything that's going on at this border. So you have the Democrats that are only going to do business if you sign off on this bipartisan deal. The border union and the chief are in Trump's corner. Greg Abbott has to bring in the Texas National Guard. It's just there's so many little factions here. And at the end of the day, I think all Americans want is a secure border. I gave you the numbers from the Rasmussen poll in the 6 o'clock hour. 82% of Americans think this is now a serious issue and a crisis.
It's the number one issue.
It's hands down the number one issue.
Yeah, and it's a very bipartisan issue too. Like Democrats want it too.
Mm-hmm.
They might not admit they do, but they do.
That's right.
Yeah, well, think about it. Think who's affected. You look at New York City, people are up in arms. You look at in Pennsylvania, and it's not as much in Philadelphia, but it's in Pennsylvania in the Lehigh Valley and beyond.
That's right.
Attorney General Merrick Garland was at a church in Alabama over the weekend where he announced that the Biden DOJ is working to end voter ID laws.
Sorry. I was taking a sip of coffee. I choked on that one.
You may ask why.
Yes.
Nick Kayal, Don Sullivan. Yeah, it's because asking for an ID is racist.
Oh, it always has been.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
The right to vote is still under attack. And that is why the Justice Department is fighting back. That is why one of the first things I did when I came into office was to double the size of the voting section of the Civil Rights Division. That is why we are challenging efforts by states and jurisdictions to implement discriminatory, burdensome, and unnecessary restrictions on access to the ballot including those related to mail-in voting, the use of drop boxes, and voter ID requirements. That is why we are working to block the adoption of discriminatory redistricting plans that dilute the vote of black voters and other voters of color.
Forgive me for asking, and we'll get to the actual issue at hand here. Have you ever seen a DOJ official out and about in the community talking about voting? I thought DOJ people like Merrick Garland prosecute crime, right? Isn't that what he's supposed to do? He's an attorney. Doesn't he have his hands full tracking down January 6ers 3 years later? And he's out giving speeches like Kamala Harris would? What is that about? And this is obvious. No, ID is not racist. If I go into a local Wawa and buy a pack of Newports, do I need an ID if I look young? Yeah. If I go into a local bar and order a Miller Lite and I look like I'm 17, will I get ID'd? Yes. Is that racist? No. Why? I don't understand. Well, we know the answer, but play along here for a moment. Why do we need to go down the road of, hey, if democracy matters, shouldn't you have to be able to verify who you are? That seems like a basic concept to me.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're trying to deflect from the border issue as much as they possibly can.
Of course.
They're trying everything they possibly can to, like, yeah, voter ID, sure.
And
racism, yeah, let's do
we
this.
heard the council member in New York who was saying, we welcome migrants to my district for redistricting purposes. It's bad enough that Democrats are trying to go down this road in areas where people are fleeing because of failed progressive policies. So they're not only trying to save traditional blue areas, but they also, this is twofold here, they want to turn places like Georgia from red to purple to blue. They're going to try to do the same thing in Texas. I mean, if you think about it, look at Texas. Austin is very progressive. Dallas and Houston always vote blue. The only place that's really not going to work probably is in Florida. Florida's gotten more red by the day.
Kamala Harris seems to have broken from the Biden administration because she spoke yesterday and she is calling for an immediate ceasefire.
Oh, okay. I
believe she's the first person in the administration to go. Like, are they floating her out there because
Yep.
they see this as not a this is a very touchy subject for them?
I thought she was all wrapped up with the abortion tour. She's got time for Mideast policy now.
Remember, she was the border. They were sending her to the border. Whenever they want to throw somebody under the bus and have deniability, whether it's an electric bus or a gas bus.
I love electric school buses.
She was that little girl on that bus.
Yes, she was.
Now she's a little girl under
unburdened by what has been.
Cut 11, Phil, go.
And given the immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire. For at least the next 6 weeks, which is what is currently on the table.
At least for the next 6 weeks, as the primaries heat up throughout swing states and we need better polling numbers, I say ceasefire. Very interesting that it's Kamala. It's the number 2 in charge. You would think. Now, so let's think about this for a second. So Kamala comes out there, say what you want about her and the motive behind the message. She delivered that and she was pretty adamant about it. Joe, the most recent time we've heard from him on a ceasefire, he was lips deep in some vanilla chocolate chip ice cream, and he was eating a waffle cone at the ice cream place with Seth Meyers, and he goes, "Well, my people tell me we might have something in place by Monday." It's great. We got an 81-year-old president who's talking about major issues while he's at an ice cream parlor, but the number 2 comes out with a little more conviction behind her message.
It's amazing to me because this is a losing issue for them, both sides, because you're gonna alienate Israel by doing this, and then on the other hand, we saw what happened in Michigan, so you're upsetting the Muslim community.
That's right.
So there's really that's why it seems to me like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are playing good cop, bad cop with this.
Ah, that's a good point.
You know,
maybe that's why he sent her out there to let her take the arrows. Now, let me ask you this. What
Yeah.
day did she deliver that message?
I think it was Saturday.
Okay, so think about this. On Thursday, Joe goes to the border.
Yeah.
Saturday, Kamala utters ceasefire. They're now in the 23rd hour of panic mode. They are coming out with everything that they have on the crisis in the Middle East, the crisis at the border. They are showing their signs of desperation because they're actually at least publicly coming out on the issues that are not in their favor from a polling standpoint.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. And if you're watching right now, please also hit the like button. Hit the like button at 1210WPHT on YouTube. You can play along and see these videos as we play them every morning around this time. Nikki Haley was on. By the way, Nikki Haley won the Washington, D.C.
Oh, did she? Wait, when did that go down?
Congratulations.
What did she win?
Nothing.
Nothing? I didn't even know it happened, to be honest.
She originally said that if she doesn't win, she will support the RNC, whoever the Republican nominee is, who we know is going to be Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But now she says that she's not bound to that pledge anymore. To eventually support the Republican nominee. I believe. Well, I'll say this after the clip because I have a theory about this. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
Have you taken the possibility of endorsing him off the table at this point?
It's not anything I think about. What I have said
But is it off the table, Ambassador? It sounds like you are in a different place. Are people misinterpreting what you're saying? Have you moved to a place where you're no longer planning to endorse him?
Well, I think, first of all, if you talk about an endorsement, you're talking about a loss. I don't think like that. When you're in a race, you don't think about losing. You think about continuing to go forward. What I can tell you is I don't think Donald Trump or Joe Biden should be president. I don't think that we need two candidates in their 80s. I don't think we want a Joe Biden who calls his opponents fascists or a Donald Trump who calls his opponents vermin. No one wants that. I think people want a new generational leader that is going to go back to what the American dream is, what we want for our kids, in a place that's something that we can be proud of again.
Let me try it this way. You did sign a pledge, an RNC pledge, to support the eventual nominee. Do you still feel bound by that pledge?
I have always said that I have serious concerns about Donald Trump. I have even more concerns about Joe Biden.
So is that a no? Are you bound by the RNC pledge?
The RNC pledge, I mean, at the time of the debate, we had to take it to where, would you support the nominee? And you had to, in order to get on that debate stage, you said yes. The RNC is now not the same RNC. Now it's
So you're no
Trump's
longer bound
daughter-in-law.
by that pledge?
No, I think I'll make what decision I want to make, but that's not something I'm thinking about. And I think that while y'all think about that, I'm looking at the fact that we had thousands of people in Virginia. We're headed to North Carolina. We're going to continue to go to Vermont and Maine and all these states to go and show people that there is a path forward. And so I don't look at what ifs. I look at how do we continue the conversation.
What conversation is left to be had, Nikki? Number one, I really think Nikki hates free speech because words bother her. Oh, fascist and vermin. Who cares? They're words. Get over it. But to me, the issue here is if she does not endorse Trump, once she finally publicly acknowledges that it's over and she's suspending her campaign, and look, it might already be over for her anyway, for her career within the Republican Party, but failure to endorse Trump once she does concede will absolutely be the last dagger for her. She's done.
I love the statement released by the Trump campaign, Queen of the Swamp, by the lobbyists and D.C. insiders that want to protect the failed status quo. Queen of the Swamp declares victory. That's pretty funny.
And for what it's worth, as far as Super Tuesday goes, tomorrow you have Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia.
So my theory is that she's floating a third-party run, maybe the No Labels crew.
She said no.
Yeah, I know, but why would you?
I don't believe any of these people with what they tell us on the surface.
Why would you? Yeah, exactly. Why would you stick it in this long? Why would you risk political suicide unless you just don't care?
Well, the Koch brothers already bailed, so she lost the billionaire there. I feel like if she loses one more big-time financial backer, it's curtains for her publicly where she'll come out.
So like a Nikki Haley, what? Joe Manchin? I don't know. I'm speculating.
But for what it's worth, if we're taking people at face value, and I'm not, but if we are, Joe Manchin has basically said that he's not going for it.
Everybody says everything.
I know.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Like,
Gavin Newsom said the same thing,
Yeah.
and Gavin's been actually very adamant about it, that 24 is not his time.
look, at the end of the day, I don't really think it's going to happen because why would you get into an election that you're just getting? Like, what is your base?
I know.
Who are these people that are clamoring to vote for a Nikki Haley whoever ticket from the Republican side? It is not. I mean,
yeah,
it's enough to kind of make a little splash, but
Yeah,
it's not
right.
Could you pull Democrats? Sure,
But imagine
like,
having
I
this
don't
much
know.
disdain, because it's not love for Nikki from these backers and donors. This is disdain for Trump. This is the never Trumpers out there. Imagine having no regard for cash and money, that you're willing to just give it all away in a losing effort.
Yep.
Right? Like, it'd be like, gambling on a game where the team's down 35 and you still bet on the team because you hate the other team. It's not a wise financial move.
I just don't understand what she's thinking as far as her career goes.
I think she wants a career in media.
Do you?
I do. I think she's taking a page out of the Christie playbook. I think we're going to see Nikki Haley once the money dries up with speaking engagements. Remember, I think we went through the numbers. She charges like $300,000 an engagement, which is absurd. And I can't imagine that lasts forever. So if it doesn't last forever, what's a nice cushy gig? Television media on ABC or NBC News, where they'll probably give her at least high six figures, if not seven figures, to do an hour a week or 3 hours a week.
She's doing all of this to be a media figure? Do you really believe that? I don't know.
Well, where's her path? She's already served 2 terms in South Carolina as the governor. She's not going to get in with Trump as a cabinet member. So where does she go from there? A House run, a Senate run, I guess?
So I was looking at when is the earliest date when Trump could win enough delegates to clinch the Republican.
1,200 plus.
So speaking of 12, March 12th is the earliest possible date.
Okay.
According to most of the experts.
So by next Tuesday, he could get to 1,215. And
so then, I don't know, in between now and then, does she negotiate something for the next administration? It's the art of the deal. They negotiate.
I feel like we're tracking Trump's magic number like it's the Phillies, how many games they need to clinch the wild card or the division.
Dan writes, you don't think she's thinking 4 years ahead, the one who stood up to Trump? I get it, but what? I don't know. If Trump wins the election, and then you know what I mean? Like, why would somebody in the Republican Party then vote for somebody who stood up against the guy who just won the election?
And also, 4 years from now is a very, very long time in politics. I would be shocked if we get to 2027.
Yeah.
And it's primary season, and the top 2 challengers are DeSantis and Nikki Haley. I think there's a lot of time where things will change.
And I think it could be DeSantis in there, but I think for her, you just nailed it. She clearly feels like this is her time, and feels for a bunch. Because look at the future of the party. You have so much diversity. You have so many people. And that's fantastic for Republicans, not so much for her.
4 years from now, if it's her against Vivek Ramaswamy, it's going to be a complete bloodbath. Ramaswamy's going to have the Trump base in his pocket. Nikki Haley's, she's going to be toast if she thinks she can beat him 4 years from now, especially if she never comes out an official. And to my knowledge, the only person that was in the running that is no longer, that has not endorsed Trump to this date, is Chris Christie, correct? Tim Scott's endorsed him. I mean, he's with him. He's on stage.
Asa Hutchinson hasn't either.
Okay, Asa. So if Nikki wants to join the likes of the Asa Hutchinsons of the world,
Okay. Well, you asked. I'm just telling you.
Yes. But I mean, that's the company you'll be in.
Yeah.
I just want, the other day, this is how much this is in my head. The other night I dreamt that Condi Rice was the Veep candidate and brought the Bushes and the whole party together.
What the hell are you dreaming
I know.
about?
This is my dream, not like some fantasy about Larry and I in Italy, but
I dream
right?
of Condoleezza Rice and
I'm dreaming
occasionally Donald Rumsfeld.
I'm like dreaming about Trump.
Man,
saying,
what is happening?
I know. This is my life.
You know, Nick, I had a dream about Ari Fleischer one night.
Unbelievable. Oh, we do this too
Oh my
much.
God.
It's
Rescue
warping,
me.
It's warping our brains.
Let's play a new game once a week. What old school GOP guard figure does Dawn Stenson dream about?
I know, but I was thinking Condi. That in the back. When have you heard her name?
Yeah.
And I was just like, I woke up. I was like, oh, that would be kind of brilliant. I mean,
So I had this dream, Nick, one time. Sarah Huckabee Sanders and we were shopping at Aldi's together, and
I love Sarah.
Yeah. Yes, we know, Dawn.
we found some great produce deals, and we thought of you.
Well, and we delivered some fresh strawberries and those mandarin oranges that are only $1.29 for the big bag. Now, see, the Sarah Huckabee Sanders one, that's more realistic, but the Condi one, that's a shocker.
When you first mentioned her name, I thought you said Kanye West. I was like,
oh,
whoa.
that's so
a dream.
funny.
Trump had a bunch of rallies over the weekend. Let's start in Richmond, Virginia, where he says that we want a landslide that is too big to rig. This is cut one. Phil, go.
And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win to get it done. And we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig.
I like that.
It's catchy. It's short. It's simple. It works. And I actually, we gave you the Electoral College map projection poll last week that had Trump winning 312 and basically being a blowout of Joe Biden. I do not believe that will be the case. Honestly, though, well, in regards to the rigged or stolen or whatever you want to say, what I hope for is I don't want to see a Joe Biden victory that was by a smaller margin than 2020. Because then that whole conversation is going to get drummed up again. And it's like deja vu all over again. Like, if Biden's going to win, I hope he just blows Trump out. Because if Biden wins by like less than 44,000 votes in the popular, then we're going to sit here and we're going to be monitoring videos and, oh, what was that van doing at 2 a.m. pulling in? What's in those bags full? And like, I didn't have to live it as a talk show host. You guys did, obviously, so I would imagine that's the last thing you're looking forward to as well.
The mainstream media is taking this clip and running with it. I want to get both of your opinion on this. At the same rally, he once again confused Joe Biden and Barack Obama. This is cut to Phil, go.
Get that war settled. It's a bad war. And Putin, has so little respect for Obama that he's starting to throw around the nuclear word today. You heard that, nuclear. He's starting to talk nuclear weapons today.
It goes silent, too.
So yeah,
when he says that. So, I mean, look, he's going to say that he did it on purpose. That doesn't sound
No,
like
that
on
came
purpose
out
to me.
way too smoothly.
Yeah.
I don't think that's by design. I mean, unless, and I'm not trying to defend him here. I'm just trying to understand where that's coming from. Is that just a slip, or is he Does he spend a lot of time thinking about the Obamas? Does he have some Obama derangement syndrome?
I don't know.
What is
well,
that?
Everybody says that this is just an extension of the Obama administration.
It's the third Obama term.
Yeah,
I've said that many times.
I don't think it's any of that. He didn't mean to say that, but I will defend this much that he was over the weekend. He was in Richmond, Virginia. He was in Greensboro, North Carolina. He's doing a lot of rallies. So I'm guessing that I don't know, you're talking extemporaneously. I confuse people all the time.
Oh, the things I botch is incredible.
I say the wrong names all the time. It doesn't mean that I'm mentally slipping.
Yeah. I will tell you, I know people who just say this is an extension of the Obama administration and say it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So for a lot of conservatives, whether he meant it or he really thinks it's an extension, I don't think it's bothersome. It's not. He's not mentioning. He's not saying the German chancellor who was alive 20 years ago. It's a different. I think it's a different thing.
It's a different slip. And you're not having you're saying you had a conversation with somebody that died in 1996, right?
So it doesn't. I don't think this.
But this is where the Dems are desperate because they're grasping at straws. Like they're taking his occasional slip and trying to equate it to see. Oh, look, both guys are in.
Yeah.
It's not an apples to apples conversation.
That's what's happening here. That's why I played it.
Yep.
One more, and then we have to break. So he was also in Greensboro, North Carolina, and he mocked Nathan Wade for having plenty of sex with his lover, Fonnie Willis. This is cut 3, Phil, go.
He worked with Fonnie, even though it's spelled Fanny, F-A-N-I, Fonnie. How about that one? How about that one with her lover? Nathan Wade, her lover. Let's go get Trump. Because if they go after Trump, they can pay him more money. And then she can take beautiful trips on the sea, beautiful trips to foreign islands. Her and her lover, they have such a good time. The guy got paid almost $1 million, and he never did it before. But he did the other thing before that he did with Fonnie.
Mustard.
He did plenty of that. That's what he's good at, I guess. And this was before.
Yeah, basically Trump's saying Nathan Wade's a porn star and he's got no skins on the wall when it comes to prosecuting crimes, which we know he's not equipped to prosecute a crime like this.
I'm surprised he didn't say he feels kind of sorry for Nate.
Yeah, he could have went down a lot of different roads there.
Yeah. He stayed clean.
I agree.
Right, that made it funny. The other thing.
Every time I think of Trump and I think of Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade, I can hear Sean Farash just sitting on my shoulder doing the impersonation of the Nathan's hot dog contest. She ate a lot of them. God almighty.
Oh, my goodness.
Sean will join us coming up on Thursday.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. We'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big 3, and then Florida used to be.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Now it's where DEI goes to die. The details as we continue, but first let me tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. All right, gentlemen, if you want a little boost to your confidence, you want to be able to knock it out of the park like Nathan Wade does with Fonnie, well, I've got the solution for you. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so no visits to the doctor's office is needed, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And here's a special deal to Kayal and Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month free. Blue Chew tablets made in the USA.
Get buckets with their first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, and exclusive props, and so much more. I don't think the Sixers are going to beat the Nets on Tuesday night. Yes, I said Tuesday. On Tuesday night, but I do believe that Tyrese Maxey will have another good game. So you can bet on how many baskets he'll score, what the first basket will be, so much more. You can make the game more interesting in what I believe is going to be not a good game for the Philadelphia 76ers. I love the FanDuel app. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and shoot your shot right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it! I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. What's really happening today with the U.S. economy? The good news is that currently the U.S. economy continues to achieve outstanding resilience and growth. Today, all Americans will have more opportunities to improve their quality of life as a result of the overall economic growth across the nation. What's the first thing you'll do if you have more time in the day? Nap, read, talk with a friend? Knowing what's important to you is easy to fit it into your schedule. Therapy can help you figure that out. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news to get 10% off of your first month. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. And so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 840. It is a Monday morning. Good to have all of you in as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Morning Mystery Movie clip in just about 40 minutes. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 still on the way. And also, what's the motive behind Ron DeSantis killing DEI in Florida?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, we'll get the answer, Mr. DeSantis, coming up in just a couple of minutes. But before all of that, let's get to the news. 8:41. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Number one on this day where the mayor says everybody's got to get back to work, and a story we've talked about all morning long, how a city LGBTQ official and that individual's husband were arrested by a state trooper, not facing any charges at the DA's office. Discretion right now, following that very carefully. But one thing we do know, as all those 25,000 city employees are being ordered back to work, one thing we do know is that Philadelphia's Office of Homeless Services overspent $15 million, and the excuse was, well, it was the pandemic, tough times, and, you know, sometimes things get a little slippery when you get to the spending.
There should be a federal investigation for all the misappropriated funds during COVID. Whether there was overspending, cash that went missing, checks that there was just so much financial fraud over these last 3 years. It's astounding. The amount, I don't understand how you could be so reckless with such large amounts of money. Yeah, that's the case.
Yeah, something smells funny on this one. But they are saying that on one hand, the agency was struggling to pay bills and then using questionable accounting practices.
Oh.
So to your point,
it's a bookkeeping error.
Yeah.
Right. So they'll be prosecuted like Trump was by Alvin Bragg with Stormy Daniels. It was a bookkeeping error, right?
Yeah. So on this one, that office under fire, and as we know, has been making national news because of this, as far as homeless services. The only thing that's weird about this, or ironic, is that because we have such a reputation for poorly funding the shelters and all of that, it has apparently deterred illegal folks from coming, or the newcomers, as Joe Biden called them. The newcomers. Excuse me.
The newbies.
How dare you?
Where's that? Joe Biden.
Yes.
Men, they're not illegals.
The incoming freshman class.
They're not immigrants. They're newcomers. So apparently we deterred the newcomers because somehow all these people coming from like 100 and what did we say, 150 different countries, or 100, somehow they know where to go.
I know. I said last week they pay attention on social media. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing.
So they apparently that's one of the reasons they were deterred from coming to Philadelphia, because we're a hot mess when it comes to putting people up and giving them the rights and the free cards and all that stuff. So we got that going on. We also have, number two, this huge story as we think about Pennsylvania officials really taking on the unlicensed so-called slot parlors in corner stores. We've talked some mornings, especially Monday mornings, about different shootings and all of these different slot parlors that are in the local corner stores. Mm-hmm. Well, now City Council is saying, hey, they targeted the poorest neighborhoods. And so it's not the people who, are shooting. Remember, they shot the officer, but he survived, thank God. Mm-hmm. Remember that? Yep. That was one of the more recent ones. But it's not their fault. It's the slot parlors, which they were allowed. Now, some of them, I guess, are unlicensed, but they were, in fact, allowed, many of them. Mm-hmm. But that's what's to blame. These gambling machines
Well, certain
in the
gambling
corner
targets
store.
certain demographics, which makes it racist inherently.
Yes.
Well, I guess
It's not their fault.
I guess I'm happy that they're not blaming the guns this time. That
Yeah.
it's actually
good
those
point.
those slot machines. that
So
you
when
can get in
I
corner
went down to
stores.
the Borgata Saturday in Atlantic
Yeah.
City and I lost a few shekels betting sports and playing poker, can I claim racism?
No.
No.
No,
Oh, okay.
No, because you were at the elitist.
Especially you're at the Borgata.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, come on.
Well, I did have lunch at the Trop.
See.
You know,
The Trop.
when in doubt, just claim you're under attack.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you got to do these days.
Amen.
Yeah.
Number 3, I don't know. Number 3, I will give. I will say that even though I do this in protest, I will say that Pistol Pete Maravich's NCAA record was smashed over the weekend by a young lady who's being credited with smashing everybody's record, male and female.
Yeah, biological female, by the way.
Biological,
because we have to
born
we have to
female,
qualify
that's
it
true.
these days. You never know.
So so Caitlin, she's not going to go next year. She's going to play for the WNBA. She's
Okay.
already announcing that.
Okay, so
she
she's
won't
going
go the
pro
extra
now.
year. She's going to go pro.
Okay,
She's
because
making that
she could stay in college with the name, image, and likeness thing and make a lot of money in college these days.
I guess she thinks she'd make more going to the WNBA.
Yeah, too bad nobody watches the WNBA.
But I should look at the ratings. I don't know if the ratings are out for her smashing the record over the weekend.
I think that I would be willing to bet it's very significant. There was a lot of people that were commenting on it yesterday. It was a big deal. It was a big day.
So Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark breaking Pistol Pete Maravich's record, 3,667 points to become NCAA Division all-time leading scorer. All players, male or female, but remember Pistol Pete.
You're very bent about this. I'm surprised.
It's just I hate stuff like this because he died at 40 in a pickup game in a heart condition nobody knew about. He's a great guy, and I just think that he never. If they could count all of his 3-pointers as 3-pointers because it didn't exist, what would his record in that 3-year period be?
Well, that's like somebody now that's like Parrish saying, "Well, I wonder what I could have done in this world if I had the internet when I was alive."
But the rules were. I think you can't. It's not apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
Yeah, if Riley Gaines gets wind of this take out of you, Stensland, she's going to be very down on you.
I don't think she would. I think we should at least put it in there that Pistol Pete Maravich, there was no 3-point rule and there was no shot clock, right?
That's correct. You just dribble around for 3 minutes.
But I mean,
Not fair.
Can you make with baseball? They do it all the time. Like the game has changed so much.
Yeah, the schedule has increased as well.
This is pretty drastic of a thing that they didn't have.
The NFL now plays 17 games. I forget who it was that broke O.J. Simpson's record for rushing yards in a season. But O.J. was like, O.J. of all people, right? O.J.'s like, when I played, it was only a 14-game schedule, so it's not really the record. Get lost.
I think somebody should go back and study all of his games. How many times did he have what would now be known as a 3-pointer, and then give him the points for that, appropriate it, and then count that up?
Dawn will have this an extended take on this at 12:15 on the WIP midday show later tonight. Flip on over if you want to catch Dawn.
That's right. Yeah, you went into the news, so I'll go into that.
Yeah.
Well, like in baseball, Roger Maris's record and Babe Ruth and all those, like people always say that it was a way different game back then.
And guess what? Records were meant to be broken.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, well, in all of those, in everything you're mentioning.
You just hate women.
I love women.
Very
no,
sexist.
I wish her well.
Mm.
There was somebody did a bizarre take on this, and so since she's from Iowa, they would do the count and show you what it meant in corn cobs. And I was like, what?
All I know is Caitlin Collins did much better in Iowa than Nikki Haley.
Fair.
Oh, that's the best line in the morning.
There you
go. The Swamp Queen.
Yes.
That's our big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. This segment brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. I need to just mention this story about DeSantis. We haven't talked a lot about Captain Mustard in a while.
Oh, boy.
And he's back to kicking ass and taking names in his gubernatorial role as the governor of Florida. And on Friday, after we got off the air, the news came out that the University, and I say this as an Alabama fan, and I want you to know this, I despise the University of Florida as a college football fan.
Wow.
I hate the Florida Gators with a passion.
For those of you just tuning in, he's an Alabama fan. He's a true Temple fan, but
Temple grad, but a Bama fan. Yes,
because his late mother, who's in heaven, was a huge Bama fan,
and my dad as well. And
don't get mad.
My dad's sister was also a dean down there in the 70s when Bear Bryant was there. So the University of Florida.
I'm your official spokesperson.
That's correct. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Florida is firing. The University of Florida, the Florida Gators, state-run institution, is firing all employees in positions related to diversity, equity, and inclusion to comply with state regulation at the behest of Ron DeSantis. I absolutely love this. In fact, and this is basically Ron DeSantis firing everybody that is either a DEI officer with an exorbitant salary or a DEI hire. And I would hope, and I would implore all Republican governors to follow suit here with DeSantis. That means Brian Kemp, Republican governor of Georgia, get rid of every DEI hire at the University of Georgia. Kay Ivey, governor of Alabama, if there's any DEI department at the University of Alabama, get rid of it. Bill Lee, governor of Tennessee, get rid of it. Glenn Youngkin, Virginia, ditto. Mike DeWine, Ohio, same thing. On down the list. I don't expect a blue governor to do it. It would be career suicide for them politically. But it is long past due that we force these DEI officers and hires out of the way. And here's what I'm saying, and this is my solution. It's not just, get rid of people and then let them figure it out. Fire all of them and force them to reapply. Blind resume test. If I was in the hiring department of the world and I said, give me all the resumes on my desk, I want the resumes, I want the accomplishments, I want the education, I want any awards, any recognition, whatever. What I don't want your name, I don't want your gender, I don't want your race, religion, or sexual orientation. Just show me, present to me your case as to why you believe you are the most qualified individual. Best person gets the job, and then you are rehired. So if an Asian lady deserves the job over a black man, so be it. If an LGBTQ community member deserves her over a Hispanic female, then so be it. Black person over white person over Middle Eastern, I don't care. In fact, I would like to look at all the resumes, make my decision, make my hire, select who I want to select, and then you lift the curtain real quick. Yank the curtain off of name, religion, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual preference, pronouns, anything that falls under diversity, equity, inclusion, anything that falls under identity politics, then tell me those things. I don't want to know who you are. As I've said this many times in the past, if you're a small business owner, you had 10 job openings, wouldn't you want the 10 best applicants so that your small business could thrive? Imagine being a small business and going with the DEI approach. You're probably not going to get the most qualified individuals. And I thought about this over the weekend when I was reading about this story. And this is not an original thought. This is somebody else's. I don't even know who the heck it was, but it made a lot of sense to me. And I never thought about it this way. Think about what DEI is. It's a combination of two things. It's CRT, critical race theory, meets affirmative action. It's viewing everything through the prism of race and marginalized communities and then lifting up maybe not the best candidate for the sake of appearance sake, and it's affirmative action. Now, there was a time in society where affirmative action, you could argue, was necessary. But recently, within the last year or so, we got rid of affirmative action at the college level. So if it's discriminatory in the college admissions process, it's discriminatory in the workplace, in my opinion. And forget the legalities of it. I don't think it's legal. But more importantly, it just creates a toxicity to an environment. So I would say get rid of all of it. follow DeSantis's lead, and then just hire back the best people. And if the DEI hire was the best person, well, then their resume and their skins on the wall and their accolades should prove it. I'm so against hiring and promoting based on stuff that's honestly irrelevant. And that's somebody that believes in merit is the ultimate measuring stick. So I thought that was a very interesting story. And I've got to imagine DeSantis is going to get a lot of pushback from that. In Florida, it will go over very well. But I'd be willing to bet by the end of the week, there's going to be some left-wing Dems out there calling for his head, saying it's racist, it's this, that, and the other thing. It's not. It's about merit.
Well, especially when in government and some corporations, they've created positions that are unneeded positions that just have to do with that.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is the kooky part of it, that you have, and even the big story that's making the national headlines about an individual who's executive director, the first openly trans person who was involved in this traffic stop, but that person heads up a certain department for that. What is that department? They've newly created this. And so I think when you're trying to trim the fat, what are you going to trim? Because nobody knows what these individuals actually do.
Right.
Look at that individual for whatever other job openings that are real jobs within your administration or your government. On one hand, does discrimination, bias, racism, sexism, all these, does it exist? Of course it does. But in my personal experience, I will tell you that the most quote unquote, I'm going to say the term, even though I don't like to use this term as a broad brush, but in my experience, the most woke, in air quotes, companies are the worst violators of this stuff.
I agree.
Hiring somebody who they go, oh, look, we hired fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
We hired a woman to head our blah, 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 or trans or gay, blah, blah, and they parade this person around. And meantime, hire all other white guys to run their company.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people, and that's what always kills me.
Yep.
Is that like real people out there hiring? They're just, first of all, there's a desperation to get work.
It's virtue signaling is what it is.
Yes.
And people see through it. So,
amen.
855-839-1210. Holland Floor, covering the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charges apply. No obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. Get your booster, number 9. It's coming up next, surprisingly, in the 9 o'clock hour, no less. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So, when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton, talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company. Welcome back in 901 as we continue live here on this Monday morning. Fourth and final hour is underway. Morning mystery movie clip in less than 20 minutes. What's on the cut sheet part 2, just over a half hour. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history. And who won Twitter today? It's all still on the way. We'll get to the latest this hour on COVID, the booster, social distancing, self-isolation, masks, all of it back in the news as we got off the air on Friday. But I am seeing now on Twitter that Jason Kelsey, Eagles center Jason Kelsey, the greater Kelsey, the one who is not a Pfizer spokesperson or Bud Light spokesperson, not a 2-time or 3-time world champ, and not somebody that publicly chugs Bud Lights, has tweeted the following. And this is from Jason Kelsey's official Twitter feed, saying, "No keg videos this year. I have come to a decision and will address it at a press conference this afternoon." I'm presuming that that will be his official retirement speech, although he does not say he's retiring in that tweet. He maybe comes back and sticks it out for one more year, run it back a third time. I don't know.
What do you guys think?
I say he's done.
Yeah, me too.
I think he looked like he was physically done on the sideline in that playoff game when I think it was Big Dom he said too.
Yeah.
When he hugged him.
Yeah.
I think he probably told Big Dom, "This is it, pal. I'm out."
Dawn, you think he's done?
I think it depends on his tour. He's been interviewing at all the networks. And so is that, where will he go? Will he be a broadcaster or will he be, he'll always be an Eagle, obviously. But I just think that's what it all comes down to. If he can broadcast and live his life and stay close to this area and help, he and Kylie love this area, that I think there's a really good chance that he is going to go into broadcasting because it's just, it's so tough on your body. It's hard to imagine what, you know what I mean, with that job.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's part of his heart that would love just to go one more season.
Maybe he's going to join the No Labels Unity Party ticket.
Haley
and Kelsey.
Haley Kelsey, 2024. I love it.
And he's 30. What is he, 36 now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just part of me, I love him being an Eagle, and I think he knows that and respects how much the city loves him.
Yeah.
And so it's tough to think about him leaving, but he won't really leave the area. That's cool too.
He could be the most beloved Philadelphia athlete in the modern era.
I'll tell you, he was recently, because we did our relative, my niece and nephew actually, at Mike's Seafood, Mike Monticetti, Jeannie Monticetti, their daughter, Karamia, a teenager, when she was born, they learned then a couple of years later she was autistic. Then younger brother. They have 4 kids. Mikey, autism.
Mhm.
You know, New Jersey is among the highest autism rates.
Yep.
The Kelseys, they run in that event every year. Do you know that?
Yeah.
And they're just such great people and just humble, just show up and support. It's such a great event for autism, and they're just lovely people. I mean, so I have such love for them. Not that I know, I'm not personal friends with them or anything like that, but I think we all feel like we know them,
right?
And they're just good people.
Mm-hmm.
But he did run in the thing.
Oh yeah.
Now my son David ran. Larry and I walked. Okay, but he ran it and had a pretty good time, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in good. Obviously he's in great physical shape. Could he do it? I think he could, but will he? I will say this: I would love to see somebody like Jason Kelsey think about getting into leadership, as far as seriously politics.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Well, I mean, John Ritchie down the hall, who does the morning on the sports station on WIP, was a guy who ran for office back in, I think, 2016 or 2017. So
yeah, and that's Andy Kim's old district.
Okay.
John Ritchie did not run for anything.
Yeah, he did.
Yes,
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally did.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a Republican.
You're not confusing him with Runyon?
No.
Oh, wait. I thought it was John Ritchie.
I am almost.
Maybe I am saying
no,
Runyon.
well, Runyon did as well, but Runyon was a Democrat. Let me see.
Yeah, Ritchie had a Senate race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You scared me for a second, but yeah.
Ritchie, Runyon.
Yeah.
Funyon. Yeah. Yeah, because he's from Mechanicsburg. So, yeah. I knew I read that correctly. Got me questioning myself here.
You're like, wait, what?
I'm supposed to have conviction on the air. Dang it. All right. So 855-839-1210.
Hey, wait a minute. That was racist.
It was.
You were stereotyping white male former football players. You.
I was. Not all of them are Republican, by the way. Some are Democrat.
Or some are Democrat. You need to go to inclusion therapy. Yeah.
Yeah. Put me in the corner and spank me. All right. It's never going to end, folks. I think for most of us, I would say a overwhelming majority of this audience, we are all back to our normal lives, and we've been there probably for multiple years now. But there are still a select few out there that believe there's a pandemic going on, and if they catch or contract COVID, they're going to shrivel up and die in 9 minutes. But the CDC has finally, this was Friday after we got off, once again, another story that broke after we got off the air Friday. The CDC has finally dropped their 5-day isolation guidance and has now said you can treat COVID like the flu and other respiratory viruses. I would argue that this guidance is about 2.5 years overdue. I stopped adhering to any of that nonsense in late 2021. Maybe some of you ditched it in 2022 or hung on for a little bit in 2023. But here we are on Friday, March 1st of 2024. If I recall, for me, when we think about when did it officially become a pandemic, to me, I'll always remember it was March 12th, 2020, when the first player in the NBA tested positive for COVID, and they shut down the entire NBA. The league stopped playing games. That's when I was like, okay, there's obviously something going on here. So we're coming up on the 4-year anniversary of that. And it took almost 4 years for the CDC to go from, I think it was 10 days, was it not? Wasn't it 10 days in social isolation, in quarantining, and then they dropped it to 5, and now they are officially saying you no longer have to do the 5 days anymore, which to me was always nonsense. If you feel bad, stay home, stay in your bedroom, watch Netflix for the day, sip ginger ale, eat toast, get your tissues, do what you normally do when you're not feeling good, and when you feel better, return to society and let the rest of us go along with our existence. So the CDC finally rolls that out almost 4 years later. But with that, see, there's always a give and take, right? So now you don't have to isolate anymore for 5 days, but the 9th booster is officially available.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, this is like a release of a video game. It's like Call of Duty coming out every year. Get in line, wait for the grand opening. They'll lift the gates up. The store opens at 10, and then you can get your 9th booster shot. I don't tell people what to do with their body or their health. You do you. I took the first 2 shots 3 weeks apart in March of 2000.
Pfizer?
Yeah, Pfizer. Shot one, March of 2021. 3 weeks later, I think it was like the first week of April, I got the second shot to complete the 2-shot series with Pfizer under the guise at the time of you could, even if you're not vaccinated, you would spread it and, you could get somebody else ill. And I'll never forget, it was April of 2021 and my in-laws were coming down to Nashville. And I got it, not because I really felt like I needed it, or I certainly didn't want it, but my father-in-law at the time was dealing with rectal cancer, and he was diabetic. Oh. So I said, okay, I'll take one for the team. Okay, the wife wants me to get it. My mother-in-law didn't really care one way or the other, but she said it would be a nice gesture. I said, sure. I rolled up the sleeve. I got the 2 shots. Of course, I got COVID after the shot, and we all realized that you could still spread COVID and get COVID post-shot. But we're now on the 9th installment of a booster. And I was thinking about this. Have we ever seen anything in pharma where we've seen so many variations of an updated shot or vaccine, in air quotes, because it's not a vaccine. In my opinion, it's not a vaccine unless it's like, the measles or the mumps. You get the shot and then boom, you're vaccinated and you no longer will get it ever again. 9 boosters in the course of 3 years. Think about this from a calendar standpoint. Remember, it was around Christmas of 2020, as we were 9 months into the pandemic, when we started seeing the headlines in the news and they were showing you the videos you'd put on Fox or CNN or MSNBC, and you saw the boosters going down or the vaccines going down the assembly line. And it was like, they're rolling out the new shot. It's almost here. And it took until, I think for me, and in 2021, I was 37. I was eligible for it in March of 2021. I think weren't they doing it by age demos initially? Like 65 plus, high risk, people with comorbidities would get first access to the supply that was presented. I think that's the way it was.
Yes, and children were the last group, but it was all emergency approval.
Right.
And I remember early on, my sister-in-law said, isn't it weird that the doctors, nurses, medical professionals, people at the highest level of education, you know what I mean? The people with doctorates and she said, why are those people questioning this?
Mm-hmm.
And it was such a great observation by my sister-in-law very early on. She said, why are some of the most highly educated people are the ones questioning this whole situation?
Like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
Who was blocked, we now know, silenced on social media.
Yeah, and he actually tweeted on Friday, the CDC slowly inches its way back to sanity with this long overdue revision of its COVID isolation guideline. It is no longer an outlier in the international public health community. So now, after all these years, it's acceptable to sit here and say, well, why are we doing this? Is the shot effective? Why is it still being pushed on us? But when you had those thoughts in 2020 or 2021, you became like Dr. J. You became a pariah in your own community. And that's the sin of it all.
It is.
Like, that's the whole point of becoming an expert, medically, legally. Some people, doctors, lawyers, arrive at a conclusion that is different than one of their peers. Think about this, at least from a medical standpoint. Forget legal for a moment. You could send up Jonathan Turley on Fox News, and his legal analysis of something might be different than somebody else's. But in the medical community, if you're dealing with an ailment and you go to a doctor and then you don't like what the doctor has to say or you disagree with it, you can go get a second, third, or fourth opinion. You can go see 15 doctors until you find out what you're really looking to diagnose yourself with, right?
Yeah.
But in COVID, that was a no-no.
It's a shame because, first off, there's a documentary out there, and I did an interview on it so long ago, but remember the cruise ships, and we knew that they were coming to this area, the first cases.
Yeah, and you had to stay on the cruise, right? You couldn't get off.
They knew everything. If they had just taken that data, they had basically a human petri dish with people stuck on the cruise ship who was vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
They had it right there if they had just followed that. And so the truth is the vaccine was important for those super high risk people or for people with high risk and age. But for children, for example, the worst thing we did, and we're still dealing with the mental health crisis, the worst thing we did was shut down the schools, shut down businesses, shut down the health clubs, churches. We just couldn't have done a worse job of saying everybody has to have this instead of just look at the facts of the case.
That's right.
It's a sin.
It is. It is. Look, and if you're in that elderly population and, you could, like if somebody came up to you and you're 74 years old in 2021 and you said, hey, if you get COVID, there's I'm just throwing out numbers. These are not factual. There's a 20% chance you could die. But if you take the vaccine, there's only a 3% chance you would die. Me personally, if that was presented to me that way at 74, I'd get the shot. But for a healthy middle-aged man or woman or somebody in their 20s or 30s or certainly children, it became so apparently obvious that, and yes, there's the rare cases where some 9-year-old might die from COVID, but the odds were clearly showing you that in all likelihood, probably don't need the shot.
Yeah.
So, but that was controversial to say.
Yeah.
You were anti-science. You were anti-vax. You didn't trust the healthcare medical community. You're a right-wing conspiracy theorist who gets their news from Rumble. Okay, cool.
And all those people who died in those nursing homes, elderly folks and grandparents, and we don't even talk about that. And people who couldn't visit their grandparents and great-grandparents.
Well, and that's the sin of it all. Is that was the worst place you could put these people. Because if you've ever been into any of these like assisted facilities, everything spreads there. It spreads like wildfire. Yes. So it became just a hotbed of COVID death when it could have been, somehow averted and avoided in a different, safer setting. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is on the way here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, my kitchen is the heart of my home. I love my kitchen. If your kitchen or bath is a little bit outdated, maybe it's a lot outdated. You know what you need? You need Kitchen Magic. They're wonderful. Local, Pennsylvania, family-owned, operated right here since 1979. Their experienced team has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. And a dedicated design consultant is going to work with you on every choice. They're going to be right there with you every step of the way for things like refacing, or do you want the custom cabinets, backsplash, the counters? And yes, they do the tub shower conversions as well. So you get exactly what you want, and it comes with an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. What? 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, which is great, but also 10% off your entire remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's Financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world. And sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 1 million families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the 2 of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud.
We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and The Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage.
That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection, so we're offering 50% off.
Visit legacybox.com/value to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/value to save 50%. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Stop chasing that rainbow. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. From March 14th through April 2nd, all tires are on sale. Plus, get an extra savings of $80 on all Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. That's $120 in savings on all Michelin tires. You don't even need to wear green. So skip or drive in a St. Patrick's Day savings at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company. 9:23 Monday morning. Happy Monday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. It is now time, as we do each and every day, right around 9:20 or thereabout. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What are you, crazy? That's why you killed the girl. I didn't kill no girl!
We know she worked for you at the 44 Below. She got too close, right? Found out from Mitchell that you were the rat, so you killed her. But somehow Riddler found out too. He knows so much about you. You must know about him. Who is he?
Boy, you guys are a hell of a duet here. Why'd you start harmonizing? There's only one problem with your little scenario, okay? I ain't no rat. You got any idea what Carmine Falcone will do to me? Heard this kind of talk?
No, you don't want to talk about rats, huh? Maybe we can talk about what they did to my partner's face.
Holy God, what are you showing me?
His head.
Come on!
Open your eyes!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yeah, it came out 2 years ago today. I think it's wildly underrated. I thought it was very, very good.
You're wrong.
I would mention the villain that got mentioned there, but if I do, it'll make it even easier. So I'll just skip the villain that was identified in that clip. Because the movie was like 3.5 hours long. We couldn't have found something a little bit more difficult. But, you know. Anywho, here's a pair of movie passes to see Cabrini from the makers of Sound of Freedom. Experience the uplifting journey of Francesca Cabrini in Cabrini, arriving in New York in 1889. I think Joe Biden was 3 then. Her daring mission will transform lives. Get your tickets to Cabrini now. In theaters on International Women's Day, March 8th. A day that I thought Dawn Stenzel would celebrate, but after her Caitlin Clark commentary, I don't think Dawn celebrates International Women's Day anymore. Can't believe it. 855-839-CALLER-12, and you'll be the winner if you can identify that clip.
International Women's Day, huh?
Ooh, that's right. It's a day for everybody.
Wow. Okay.
Let me ask you something.
Doesn't sound very inclusive to me.
No, but I'm wondering, like, when are we going to celebrate straight white cis males? When do we get our day?
Every day. Every day is your freaking day.
Okay. I didn't know that. I feel like I'm being left out of the party here. Everybody gets a day. There's a National Ice Cream Day, National this day. But in all seriousness, 855-839-1210, caller number 12, and you will win that prize. Before we get to the cut sheet part 2 and we get our winner, I think it's time for us to give us a little pat on the back ourselves here. Yep. Yes, how about this? Because Friday we had Seattle canceled comedian Jim Florentine who joined the show.
Yep.
He was really good. If you missed it, go back on the Odyssey app or go back and watch the show from Friday on YouTube as he joined us. I think it was, 9:30 we had him on Friday. And we apparently beat a lot of press and publications to the punch.
Shocking.
Because he ended up doing an interview with the New York Post.
Yeah, it's in today's hard copy of the Post. End of the Punchline, it's called. Woke Comedy Club disinvites comics.
Yes. Comic predicts that woke Seattle club that canceled him will not stay in business that long. And, I think the reality is this, and you see it in bits and pieces now. I mean, we mentioned this earlier this morning in the cut sheet. 2 straight weeks, Saturday Night Live, of all places, on NBC. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you were sitting there and looking at the major networks, ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC, I would argue NBC, which is owned by Comcast, is probably the wokest of the bunch. And that's just based on the way they present things. I've always thought NBC goes the furthest left. So you have Shane Gillis on. Now, it's Lorne Michaels' thing, but I don't know. What do you think his relationship is with NBC? Do you think Lorne Michael needs, or I should say Lorne, I always call him Lorne. Lorne, Lorne. Do you think he had to run that by NBC?
He has such carte blanche there that he can do whatever he wants to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he has Shane Gillis on, and now this past week they mock Joe Biden, and I'm wondering if we're getting to the point now, and I'm not remotely implying that it will ever be a fair fight and it will be 50-50, but are we going to get to the point where I think, all of these comic clubs, streaming services, network television will slowly walk back the cancellation of people with differing viewpoints? Now, the Seattle club, Florentine goes out and says in this column in the New York Post that he doesn't think they are going to be sticking around very long. Because I would argue the summer of 2023 was the summer of pushback for common sense, and I'm not even going to say it's conservative boycotts. It was just a pushback for, hey, you know what? We don't need a dude pretending to be a girl selling beer. We want to have our comics and our comedians and our stand-up people be able to walk up to that line and, heck, at times cross the line, all in an attempt to get a few good laughs. is this the beginning that we have seen in the last 9-10 months of kind of ending and putting a dagger in this cancel culture world?
Every time I think that it's ending, it comes back. So you take 3 steps forward and 8 steps back with this stuff. That's what I think is happening here. Look, Lorne Michaels is looking to have get ratings on his show because God knows it needs it.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Gillis was a way to do that. You know what I mean? Like, he knows that he made a mistake there. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he does. I don't know. But he's like, hey, people will talk if we bring this guy back and we hype it.
Doesn't that become hypocritical of the left? Then
of course it does.
We're in dire straits, so we're willing to bring in the unwoke dude.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you call a spade for a spade. It's like, oh, now all of a sudden Shane Gillis is good enough or politically correct or not offensive because that comedy club in Seattle said that Shane Gillis does not represent the progressive values of this club.
I know.
Think about a comedy club saying they have progressive values. What does that mean? Like, seriously.
Yeah, I know.
Half of comedy's not allowed here?
Yep.
That's the joke.
That is the joke. You're absolutely right. Let me grab Victor in Hatboro. He is our winner this morning. Victor, good morning. What movie did we play for you, sir?
He's played the Batman.
The Batman. The Batman. What gave it away? Was it the fact that he said the Riddler?
No, I've seen it, and I recognize the voice right away.
Yes. Very good, Victor. Well, we appreciate it. You've got the tickets for Cabrini. Congratulations. Thank you for playing, and thank you for listening. So you didn't like that rendition of Batman, did you?
No. I
thought it was good.
It wasn't a superhero movie. It would have been a great, movie that was a superhero movie.
It was different. It was a different twist to it.
I didn't like Robert Pattinson as Batman. I thought
Really?
he's a little too emo for me. Like, oh, I'm so tortured. I'm so, you know what I mean? Like, Christian Bale, Michael Keaton.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. I'm with you there. But it's a different twist on the Batman, much like Joaquin Phoenix's twist on the Joker was different from Ledger and Nicholson.
But Joaquin Phoenix's Joker was not a Joker movie. It should have been really a movie about a mentally ill guy,
right?
Rather than a movie about the Joker.
Could be a real life version of TikTok.
And they're making a sequel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
Lady Gaga is going to play Harley Quinn.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait.
Again, not superhero movies.
Really?
No.
I'm a Batman fan, so I like.
I'm a Batman fan too.
The only one I never liked was the one with Ben Affleck, where it was Batman versus Superman. Atrocious.
Yeah, I mean,
utterly awful.
There have been some terrible Batmans: George Clooney, Ben Affleck, Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer was bad.
But nothing, in my opinion, was as worse as Robert Pattinson.
All right.
I just think it was just It was like an emo version of.
I didn't like him
as
Bruce Wayne. I liked him as Batman.
Okay,
but that's just me.
Ben
Different
Affleck
opinions.
was the worst.
Oh, there's no doubt. Ben Affleck's terrible on everything. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 as we continue live on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. But first, I got to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. What I love working with our friends, and the reality is this, they hook me up with so many great options. Always letting me come by, take a look at different, vehicles, some of the new financing offers. And even though I'm not eligible for about 2.5 more years for a new lease, they wanted me to check out the Honda Pilot. And I got to tell you, I've been a lifelong SUV guy. I was a Jeep Grand Cherokee guy for many years. I had 3 different Jeeps. And I love my Honda Ridgeline. But this Honda Pilot Trail Sport, it's kind of like a mix of 2 things I absolutely love. Rough, rugged vehicle for all-terrain conditions, off-roading, but also the technology, the sleek look, the amenities on the inside, and the third row seating. If you've got a growing family and the wife is saying, I need a third row, the Honda Pilot Trail Sport 2024, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloyed wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And you can check out all of their offers because they've got 5 different Honda locations. Check them out in Philly, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory at piazzaautogroup.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to save on your electric bill. Replace your leaky, drafty old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with most any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
On a long and lonesome highway, east of Omaha, Listen to the engine, the morning out is one old song.
9:39, Kayal and Company, Monday morning. As we continue here, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Just about 12 minutes out from What's on Tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history, and who won Twitter today. But before we get to all of that, we get to a Monday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. I told you guys that the mainstream media was going to make an issue out of Trump's confusing Obama and Biden.
Here we go.
This morning on Morning Joe, while we were talking, they put together a montage of this to make it. They're really trying to push this. They're really trying.
Did the White House provide this for them and just email them the MP3?
I mean, they might as well have right here. And of course, Joe and Mika were looking at it like, "Oh, this is so sad. Oh man, it's just so sad. I can't believe this. I can't believe what's happening here. It's unbelievable.
It's so predictable,
They're trying to make fetch happen." Cut. I think this is 14, Phil. Morning Joe montage of Trump gaffes. This is how that sounded. Go.
Putin, has so little respect for Obama that he started the nuclear war today. You heard that, nuclear. Did you just see Maduro, Venezuela? It's unbelievable. Oil exploration and production in the United States. The Biden border will, well, you know this, right? Even Argentina, they went MAGA. You know Argentina, great guy. We will expel the warmongers. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat.
That's actually funny.
You turn away when he starts to blank out. What does it upset you?
It feels very unhealthy. I'm going to
unhealthy.
Be very careful. It doesn't look good. It scares me.
Can we play it one more time? I want to see what.
Let's run it back.
I'm worried. Actually, physically, he does not look good. Can we play it one more time? See what?
Out?
Yeah, I don't know.
Putin, has so little respect for Obama that he's.
So you guys get it.
He
right?
physically doesn't look good. Does Joe have like some fog on his glasses? Like, what is he looking at? What do you mean he doesn't look good? He doesn't look like he's. And I'm not trying to be a hack here. He doesn't look any different than he did in 2020. He looks exactly the same. Okay, he has a couple of gaffes here and there, but my God. Imagine coming to the conclusion, I don't know how many producers that show has, we'll say 17, and they say, hey, why don't we put together a montage today of Trump's gaffes and try to say it's apples to apples or oranges to oranges, when it's not even close.
These two could not have sucked up to Trump more.
It's she's absolutely right.
Before he became, and remember, even while he was campaigning, they loved
Mm-hmm.
that, Trump's going to call in, and they love the ratings, and they had sucked up to him for years. I would love to know, did they pay when they were stayed in Mar-a-Lago? Because I would imagine he put them up.
You know, it's funny. Donna is absolutely correct in that. And that was 2016, when he was running the first time. A lot of liberals criticized MSNBC and Joe Scarborough for giving him a he was literally almost like a co-host on that show.
Yeah.
I kid you not. He called in all the time. They yucked it up. They had there were voicemail messages that they left on his phone about it. Donald, how are you? We're gonna come down to Mar-a-Lago this weekend. That's why I hate this business, because it's just filled with phonies and scam artists and grifters. That's why I hate this business. Sorry.
You know what? I mean, it is honestly remarkable, and I'm thinking about my lifetime in the span of Trump in my 40 years. So I'm a 5 or a 6-year-old. It's 1989. WrestleMania is in Atlantic City at Trump Taj Mahal. Trump's beloved. Then The Apprentice comes along. Trump is beloved. You see him on SNL. He made a cameo in Home Alone 2. He was Minka's best friend and Joe's best friend. And then all of a sudden, you just draw a little Minka, yeah, whatever her name is, pain in my keister. You draw a nice little R next to his name, and all of a sudden, he becomes persona non grata. because Trump wants to make the economy better, protect the border, and be tough on crime. Now all of a sudden it's like, hey, for the next 8 years, let's just completely flip script here. Come on. The guy was pop culture. It's remarkable how much he was beloved.
Text messages with Tucker Carlson saying
they're all frauds.
They're all frauds.
Every one of them.
Trump dropped a new ad. Donald Trump for president dropped a new ad. This one is get over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see the visual of this, it's just a 34-second ad. I'll give you a second. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. While you're here, please hit the like and subscribe button. This is the new ad for Donald J. Trump for president. I believe it just came out this morning. This is how that is cut. Wherever we are, Phil, the last cut.
The last stinking cut.
The last stinking cut. Go.
Border theme, folks.
Yep.
Every day, Joe Biden is giving aid and comfort to the foreign enemies of the United States. 3 years ago, we were more respected than ever before, and now they have no respect for us whatsoever. On day one of my administration, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
There you go. And that was obviously filmed just on Thursday. You can tell. That was him at Eagle Pass. And as we know, Joe was in Brownsville. Short, simple, sweet, to the point. I think it resonates on what many are saying, at least from polling, is the number one issue in the United States right now.
Very smart for him to release this now. Very smart.
If I would have told the Biden administration that on March 4th, 2024, the border would, the economy would not be the biggest issue, the Biden administration would be like, we're doing a great job. Mm-hmm. Actually, it's not true. Yep. It's just that the border has become a bigger issue, and it's become number one. There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. But first, a word from my friends at Blue Chew. All right, fellas, perhaps you've reached that point in your life where, spice things up a little bit. Current relationship or impress somebody new on the open market. Blue Chew tablets are a performance enhancement for the bedroom that will have you knocking it out of the park yet again. And it's got the same active ingredient as Levitra, but here's the beauty of it, a more cost-friendly price, because we're all looking to save a few dollars. Blue Chew's licensed medical professionals, they work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. And if swallowing pills is not for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewable. And how about this special offer for my listeners? Try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to BlueChew.com. Enter the promo code 1210 and just pay the nominal $5 shipping fee. And boom, it is yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations, and that special someone will thank you for bringing back your prime. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it.
Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 9:52, it's Kayal and Company as we get set to hand the baton off to Dawn Stenzelin for the Dawn Show in just about 7.5 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up at the top of the hour.
Yeah, and obviously we may get that SCOTUS ruling as we find out, will Trump remain on the ballot in Colorado, and that'll have implications, obviously, for Illinois, for Maine, where they made that announcement yesterday that this may be coming down in 7 minutes, tick-tock. So we'll have that off the top, whichever way it goes in the vote. 10:06-ish, Nate Benefield of the Commonwealth Foundation is going to join me. We'll talk about all things Pennsylvania as far as the budget, Shapiro, what's going on, his take, and we'll update you, of course, on this issue of a Pennsylvania state policeman who's under fire by the media and others. Was it an improper stop or a proper one? The mayor's office may be giving us some new insights as well. The state police are under Josh Shapiro, so we'll talk to Nate about all of those issues. In the 11 a.m. hour, we'll check in with Anthony Hennon, who's our great Pennsylvania reporter. We have the another one of those train derailments, this time in Pennsylvania. So we'll talk about that going on.
Mayor Pete!
Yeah, well, we've got it all covered. There's just so much breaking this hour. We're watching very carefully. And will former President Donald J. Trump, maybe he'll have some reaction to this ruling.
Okay, looking forward to that. It's going to be a very, very busy week, all week long, so don't touch that dial as we wrap it up today with Today in Music History from Phil Longquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 4th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jason Newsted of Metallica and Chris Squire of Yes. One notable single from today includes Surfing USA by the Beach Boys, released in '63. Two notable albums include Fallen by Evanescence from 2003 and Spandau Ballet's True from '83. Also on this day, Ruby Tuesday became the Stones' fourth #1 in the U.S. in '67. And on the same day, Steve Winwood and his brother announced they're leaving the Spencer Davis Group. In '66, though, John Lennon declared the Beatles were more popular than Jesus Christ. And lastly, in '78, the IRS raided Jerry Lee Lewis's house and repossessed $170,000 worth of automobiles to pay off his debt. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Longquist.
And on this day in history in 2007, I declared Ruby Tuesdays to be the best salad bar in the area. That's just a different Ruby Tuesday. All right, let's wrap it up with Who on Twitter today.
Who on Twitter?
I think this is Maga Man. He says, tell Dawn, settle down. Pistol Pete wasn't a huge long-range shooter. He was 12-foot and under jump shooter and huge drive basket player, not a three-point shooter. There you go.
But look at the numbers. I'm telling you. We're going to talk more, Maga Man.
Yeah, I think you should go wall-to-wall Caitlin Clark here in the 10 to 12 hours.
Unfortunately, we don't have time.
Yeah, right.
Like, this Trump thing is going to blow up right at 10.
I would agree. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. The Dawn Show is coming up next. And as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
The Do That Dental Group is the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you, too. Do That Dental has over 20 area locations with state-of-the-art facilities, including